So I'm just going to go through kind of the order of the day so everybody's oriented to what we're going to be doing. And if there's any questions before we get started, feel free to let me know. The first thing is we have a talk on virtue in the Tolkien Legendarium by Mr. Doug Mansfield. And then we're going to have Q&A after each session, so we'll have time for that. After Doug's first session, we're going to have a 15-minute break where you guys can network and visit with each other, have a look at the Tolkien library at the back. Mary's Nook has books for sale, Professor Ordway's books, and some other Tolkien books, as well as the usual stuff from Mary's Nook. And we also have a sign-up for what we'd like to start in Calgary, an Inklings Club, an Inklings Calgary Club. Which we don't have here in Calgary yet. And when we were chatting last night, Professor Ordway was saying one of her good friends, Father Michael Ward, who's a Lewis scholar, and her have done debates before, talking about who's better, Lewis or Tolkien. And I thought, hey, if the Calgary Inklings Club could invite those two and we have a debate about Lewis versus Tolkien, that'd be really fun. And maybe this could also bring in some of our Protestant friends as well. So after that break, after you guys visit for a bit, we're going to have our keynote, Professor Ordway, come up around 10:30 or so. And after her talk, we're going to have a nice long session before lunch with Q&A because she's done so much scholarship on Tolkien's life, how that relates to his work and his faith especially. And so she's just going to, she's a lot of fun, and we're going to have a lot of fun just picking her brain about all the research she's done. Lunch will be around 12:15 or so, and that's, again, more time to network, talk with each other, talk about the books. In addition to what Xavier has at the back for his Tolkien library, I also brought the Jerusalem Bible, and Tolkien translated the Book of Jonah in that Bible, so you can peruse that. And then after lunch is a little bit less formal, more kind of fireside chat talk. So Emily Price at the back there is going to be talking about Eowyn and womanhood. And then we'll have some Q&A with Emily. And then after that, Father Anthony's going to be talking about our dear friend Gandalf and mentorship. And then we'll do some Q&A on that. And then we're going to wrap up the day with my son Xavier and I talking about fatherhood and sonship in Lord of the Rings. And then at the end, we'll kind of wrap up around 3 o'clock, and still time to visit and mix and mingle. All of Professor Ordway's books, she'd be very happy to sign them for you. So while they're here and she's here in the same room, please go ahead and ask her for some signatures and enjoy the day, enjoy the fellowship of the ring. So we're just going to get Doug set up. Are you ready to go, Doug? All right, so we're just getting the laptop ready to go.
Yeah, and I'll say a few words about Mr. Douglas Mansfield. He was a teacher at Clearwater Academy for over a decade and was always a favorite among students because of his love for his students, but also his mastery of his subjects. He has got a master's in literature. He's working on his doctorate, and right now he is the principal for Calgary Classical Academy. So without further ado, we welcome up Mr. Douglas Mansfield.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sanish. Thank you, Father. I'm going to time myself because I am notoriously long-winded, and I've been told I have 45 minutes to an hour. And so for me, last couple nights, it's been a matter of trying to kind of pare down the things I want to say so that I can fit it into an hour and still manage to hopefully kind of make something coherent. So I'd like to talk a little bit about, well, first, let me just kind of give a warning. I know there are PowerPoint experts out there that say you should not put more than 10 words on a slide. I do way more than that. I load it on. The reason why I'm doing that is because I'm going to be using a lot of quotes from Tolkien himself. I've got the letters of Tolkien here, which I've kind of poured through over the last week. So I'm going to be quoting himself to kind of back up what I think and things that he's said to other people. And I think putting the words as I quote them on the screen is going to be helpful as I read through them. And so, yeah, forgive me for that. But I want to start with 1940s with the idea of the Inklings. I'm sure everyone here knows who the Inklings are. I want to just give a brief read, and I actually didn't write this on a slide, but in the afterword of the Space Trilogy written by C.S. Lewis, Tolkien's got, he wrote that, he wrote the afterword. He's got a very nice sentiment here, where he says, C.S. Lewis was a very impressionable man, and this was abetted by the great generosity and capacity for friendship. The unpayable debt that I owe to him was not influence, as it is ordinarily understood, but sheer encouragement. He was for long my only audience. From him did I ever get the idea that my stuff could be more than a private hobby. But for his interest and unceasing eagerness for more, I should never have brought The Lord of the Rings to a conclusion. We neither of us expected much success as amateurs, and actually Lewis had some difficulty in getting Out of the Silent Planet published. And after all that has happened since, the most lasting pleasure and reward for both of us has been that we provided one another with stories to hear or read that we really liked, in large parts. Tolkien, in a letter to the Daily Telegraph. And so I start with that because I want to start with Lewis and move into Tolkien, because Tolkien and Lewis were a member of the group, the Inklings, and they were very, very close friends and spent a lot of time during this, World War II in particular, trying to come up with an ideological understanding of what the world was becoming because of small changes in belief. And I'll just give an example of that. C.S. Lewis in 1940 was attending a church service, and one of the things that he had to that was part of the prayer, he said, "Prosper, O Lord, our righteous cause." This was in England, and he actually sort of had a problem. He had a problem with that. It struck something in his conscience, and he wrote to his brother. In the litany this morning, we had some extra petitions, one of which was, "Prosper, O Lord, our righteous cause." I ventured to protest against the audacity of informing God that our cause was righteous, a point on which he may have his own view. And even granted the evil of Hitler, how can we be sure that our ways are necessarily superior? And so he suggested this as an alternative prayer. It's a prayer that Thomas Cranmer had composed when England was at war with Scotland in 1548. Most merciful God, the granter of all peace and quietness, the giver of all good gifts, the defender of all nations, who hast willed all men to be accounted as neighbors, and commanded us to love them as ourselves, and not to hate our enemies, but rather to wish them, yea, and also to do them good if we can. Give us all desire of peace, unity, and quietness, and a speedy wearisome of all war, hostility, and enmity to them, so to our enemies, so that we may be, and that we may, in one heart and charitable agreement, praise thy most holy name, and reform our lives to thy godly commandments. Now, I bring those things up because the abolition of man was heavily influenced by Tolkien. Tolkien, Williams in particular, and also Lewis, at this time, were really engaged in a sort of a fierce investigation into how do we know? How do we know? How do we know what is that we are right and they are wrong? And both C.S. Lewis and Tolkien were veterans of the First World War, and now they were living through the Second one. And so in 1940, as a part of a series of BBC lectures, heavily influenced by Tolkien, C.S. Lewis came out with something, with a radio lecture called The Abolition of Man, which later became the book, The Abolition of Man. And I picture this because in 1940 to 1941, for those 8 months, England was under a very serious blitz from the Nazis. They were being bombed very, very heavily. And I can imagine people kind of living down in the bunkers or living down in the underground, huddled around a wireless, and C.S. Lewis coming on because he's been hired to kind of get the nation together to really think about where they are spiritually. And his problem, as you can hear the bombs going on overhead, is the Green Book, which is a grammar textbook from high school. As Hitler is bombing London, he says, this is actually a bigger problem than Hitler, is that we have this grammar textbook. I can imagine that being very shocking, but I actually agree with him. Does anyone know why he thought this was a bigger problem than Hitlerism? Anyone want to shout it out? No, it's okay. Emily knows. Emily was. Yes, you do. Come on. No, I don't know. Yeah, relativism, subjectivism, yeah. And so it introduced as an assumption subjectivism or relativism into the language. And so there's a part, he even points out there's a paragraph in the book that he says this is really the problem. Where in this one paragraph, all the seeds lie for the destruction of humanity in a high school grammar textbook. And it's a thing where I think the poet is Coleridge, and Coleridge's friend, they're looking at a waterfall, and one says, it's pretty, and the other says, no, it's sublime. And then the grammar notebook goes on to say, well, we don't know which it is, because all feelings are subjective, and they're both right. Because in in C.S. Lewis's view, without objectivity, nothing stops us from being Hitler. And so it actually is a bigger threat of Hitler, because how do we know? And he goes back, both Lewis and Tolkien, they go to answer this question, they both go back to antiquity. They both go back to Plato. And Plato's theory of the forms. Let me move on faster. And so if you look at this triangle, we have depictions of good, things which appear good, our concept of the good, but then above all of those things, an objective good. This goes on for Lewis to lead to his famous, well, first, he talks about how in Plato's Republic, we talk about the ideal city, but really it's a sort of metaphor for our spiritual life, where man or mankind has reason and the appetite. And the heart is the thing in between. The heart is the thing that mediates between reason and the appetite. If we were all appetite, if we were all instinct, that's the animal. If we're all reason, then we're pure spirit. The thing that negotiates between your reason and your appetite is your heart, the metaphorical heart. He says, we were all told it long ago by Plato, as the king governs by his executive, so reason in man must rule the mere appetites by means of the spirited element. The head rules the belly through the chest, the seat of emotions organized by trained habit into stable sentiments. I'm going to read this. This is a long one, so I'm going to read it though. So then this eventually turns into, he publishes this as The Abolition of Man, which went largely unnoticed. But it's the process which, if not checked, will abolish man, goes on apace among communists and Democrats no less than among fascists. The methods may at first differ in brutality, but many a mild scientist in Pince-Nez, many a popular dramatist, many an amateur philosopher in our midst, means in the long run just the same as Nazi rulers of Germany. Traditional values are to be debunked, and mankind is to be cut into some fresh shape at will, which must, by hypothesis, be an arbitrary will of some few lucky people. When man said, this is sublime, he appeared to be making a remark about the waterfall. Actually, he was not making a remark about the waterfall, but a remark about his own feelings. What he was saying was, I have feelings associated in my mind with the word sublime, or shortly, I have sublime feelings. This confusion is continually present in language as we use it. We appear to be saying something very important about something, and actually we're only saying something about our own feelings. For Lewis, this momentous little paragraph, as he called it, contained all the seeds necessary for the destruction of humanity. Now, I'm leaning heavily on Lewis here. I'll switch to Tolkien in a second, but keeping in mind that the Space Trilogy is the fictionalized version of the Abolition of Man, the Space Trilogy is Lewis's attempt to put into fiction all of the ideas in The Abolition of Man. And it was heavily, heavily influenced by Tolkien. He wrote the foreword, the afterword. There's one of the books is dedicated to him, and he agreed entirely with this position. And you know, it's an assumption that's made its way into society to a degree that even now, I just got a text message from my wife yesterday. My wife works in medicine, and she has to do, this is a mandatory module that she has to do. This is one of the slides. She took a picture and sent it to me because she knew it would amuse me. This is one of the slides that she had to do and kind of sign off on that she agreed with in part of her education process, where it says, all emotions are reasonable and appropriate. Joy, happiness, elation, anger, sadness, grief. As long as they're expressed thoughtfully and intentionally. Can you see any problems with that? So maybe my anger is reasonable and appropriate as long as I'm thoughtful and intentional about it. So maybe Mr. Sanish has made me angry, so make a very thoughtful plan, and I'm very intentional about murdering him. This has never happened, I promise. So now it's reasonable and appropriate. Or maybe I'm upset by someone else. I don't like the way that Miss Price sings. I do like the way you sing, I'm sorry, but as an example. And so as long as I'm thoughtful and intentional in stopping you from singing, this is a reasonable and appropriate thing to do. This is mandatory training for healthcare workers. One of the things that Lewis mentions is that it's so assumed that they don't even let you know that it's an assumption. The controversy is that the reality of any objective value is independent of the self. It's a little sentence, but it's actually a life-changing, a life-altering, society-altering sentence. And, at its core, it's the idea that Lewis, Tolkien, Williams, guys like that, the Inklings, they would have argued that they are on the side of truth. They are on the side of truth. But ideologues, or activists, shallow activists, would argue that the truth is on my side. And that is not an insignificant difference. And this leads us to Tolkien, where we have the Eye of Sauron. So I'm going to get into kind of virtue ethics a little bit here. And the Eye of Sauron, well, it wasn't actually an eye. This is the movie version. The book version is different. But repeatedly, he refers to it as the lidless eye, the eye that is unable to close, and it's always ever looking outwards. So then, by definition, where is it not looking? Inwards. It's not looking inwards. It's always ever looking outwards. It's looking at you and what you do and how I can control others. It's not looking in what have I done, or G.K. Chesterton wrote What's Wrong with the World, and he has this beautiful essay where you go through the entire thing nodding your head the entire time going, yes, G.K., you're right, that is what's wrong with the world, but then by the end he's kind of done a little bit of a trick, because he says, what's wrong with the world is me, I'm what's wrong with the world. So Lewis has this famous quote from The Abolition of Man, where he says, we make men without chests and expect of them virtue and enterprise. We laugh at honor, and we're shocked to find traitors in our midst. We castrate and bid the geldings to be fruitful. Their answer to the larger questions of the horrors of the 20th century, whether that was on the right wing of fascism or the left wing of communism, their answer was individual personal virtue. And Tolkien's talent, his true genius was in making virtue interesting, making characters that if you describe them, I was watching I've given up in Hollywood, but a few years ago I was watching a Marvel movie where it seems that they all have to be anti-heroes. And if they're not an anti-hero, at one point I think it was Captain America who corrects someone else for swearing, so watch your language. And for the next 3 movies they make fun of him because he stands up for something morally. Where the rest of the characters are all they are constantly making jokes about the whole thing is a joke about their moral backsliding scale. Whereas if we read Tolkien, this is Frodo. I mean, if you describe Frodo, say any words that describe him, you're going to be using language of virtue. So the same goes with Aragorn or Boromir. The same goes with Eowyn or Legolas. Even Faramir, who they did dirty in the movies, he's a much better character in the books. I feel very sad for the way they did Faramir. Gimli or Gandalf, or my personal favorite, Sam. Take any one of those characters and try to just describe them, and you're going to be describing virtue. They're brave, they're kind, they're magnanimous, they're benevolent, they are courageous. They're all of those things, and they're interesting in their own way. Tolkien can manifest virtue in a way that makes the characters very interesting. And who our heroes are says a lot about us as a society. Solzhenitsyn, who lived through the horrors of the 20th century, has a really good way of phrasing this, where he says, if only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds, and it were necessary only to separate them from the rest of us and then destroy them, but the line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being. And who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart? Tolkien said that if Gandalf, for example, were to get the ring, he would have been worse. He would have been worse than Sauron. So can we classify The Lord of the Rings as a dystopian novel? Because dystopia has become sort of a genre unto itself. It went from meaning, from George Orwell, meaning a warning against the way society is going, although the last few years it's like a bad world where a girl has to choose between 2 boys. But it's true, like the Allegiant novels, I mean, that's basically what it is. But N.S. Lyons, who I actually borrow from later on pretty heavily, he has an article where he makes an argument that it is a dystopian novel. And there's a little paragraph here that I want to read that I think he phrases it very beautifully. It says, the disenchantment and demoralization of a world produced by the foolishly blinkered debunkers of the intelligentsia, the catastrophic corruption of genuine education, the inevitable collapse of dominating ideologies, of pure materialist rationalism and progress into pure subjectivity and nihilism. The inherent connection between the loss of any objective value, the emergence of a perverse techno-state, obsessively seeking the first total control over humanity, and then, in the end, the final abolition of humanity itself. Tolkien and Lewis foresaw all of the darkest winds that now gather in growing intensity today. He wrote this last year. But ultimately, the shared strength of both authors may have also been something even more straightforward, a willingness to speak plainly and openly about the existence and nature of evil. Mankind, they saw, could not resist opening the door to the dark, even with the best of intentions, and so they offered up a way to resist it. And, so that, if I will make an argument that in a way, The Lord of the Rings and the Space Trilogy alongside it are actually dystopian novels. But I think first I have to make an argument that, famously, J.R. Tolkien disliked allegory. People say this all the time. I have a couple of friends who are kind of far left-leaning guys, and we were, turns out they were fans of The Lord of the Rings, and so we were at a party and we started discussing this. And I started bringing in Catholicism and said, all these different spiritual themes and things. And these guys looked at me and said, don't ruin it for us. Because they wanted it for something else. And it often gets brought up, no. Tolkien intentionally left allegory out of his works. There's no Catholicism lying in there. I think even Lewis once said it's like there's no Christian way to boil an egg, when he was asked about the Christian way to write. And he does even say, I cordially dislike, and this is the quote that everybody uses all the time when they want to remove the Catholicism from Tolkien's work. I cordially dislike allegory in all its manifestations, and always have done so, since I grow old and weary enough to detect its presence. I much prefer history, true or feigned, with its varied applicability to the thought and experience of readers. I think that may confuse applicability with allegory, but the one resides in the freedom of the reader and the other in the purposed domination of the author. And Tolkien says this himself in the foreword to The Lord of the Rings. And I know famously he didn't like the Narnia books. He loved the space trilogy, but he didn't really like the Narnia books. And I have a theory that this whole quote actually just comes from trying to separate himself from the Narnia books. Even when I was reading The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe to my daughter when she was 5, it was on page 13. She went, "Oh, Aslan's Jesus." Okay, yeah, it's pretty on the nose. But even then, Lewis would argue, and this happened. There was a mother who wrote C.S. Lewis saying, "I'm really worried. I like your books, and I read them to my kids, but now my son will only pray to Aslan at night. He won't pray to Jesus." And C.S. Lewis wrote a book or a letter back to her saying, "That's fine, because he's praying to Aslan, who is Jesus. It's not an allegory. He's allowed to pray to Jesus, to Aslan." And so, there's an argument to be made that in fact, the more on the nose it is, the less allegorical it is. And even Tolkien himself has admitted. I mean, the origin of The Lord of the Rings goes back to him as a schoolboy sitting in a Shakespeare class and being dissatisfied. He, again, was also famously did not like Shakespeare. Not entirely true. He didn't like Shakespeare in the classroom. He thought it should have been on its feet and breathing and things like that. But he also certainly didn't like Macbeth, the Scottish play. And as a schoolboy sitting in the classroom, there's a part in the Scottish play where the army of Macduff are approaching on the castle. And so they all cut down trees and hold the trees in front of them. And they hide themselves. And the entire army is disguising their numbers by holding trees and kind of sieging the castle. And he was listening to that in class and went, "Wouldn't that be cool if they were real trees?" And was disappointed by the fact that they weren't. And that's something that's always stuck with him. And he started kind of writing a narrative in his head. And this is, the Ents' siege at Orthanc with the traitor Saruman, as opposed to the traitor Macbeth. This goes back to its origin. Even then, thinking, wouldn't it be great if it was real? But then, going through his letters, I have found multiple times, and in fact more than I can actually even share today, because I'm already 20 minutes in, where he refers to his work as an allegory. So here he says, "Of course, my story is not an allegory of atomic power, but it is an allegory of power." He also says, I missed one. "The Lord of the Rings is, of course, a fundamentally religious and Catholic work, unconsciously so at first, but consciously in the revision." So he went back and kind of rewrote, because he was Catholic on a molecular level, and so when he went back and wrote what he revised what he wrote, he realized just how much Catholicism was in there, and then started making it intentional. This one is my favorite. "I dislike allegory, the conscious and intentional allegory. Yet any attempt to explain the purport of myth or fairy tale must use allegorical language." Okay. Or, "The only perfectly consistent allegory is real life, and the only fully intelligible story is an allegory." And one finds, even in imperfect human literature, that the better and more consistent an allegory is, the more easily it can be read just as a story, and the better and more closely woven a story is, the more easily can those so minded find allegory in it. And so I think his relationship with allegory is a little bit more nuanced than the original, the first quote, which was the one that people, I think, disingenuously use to kind of say that he's not doing that intentionally. He certainly is. And so, but what is an allegory? What is an allegory for? If you look at The Lost Road, or there's one of the fifth book in the history of Middle Earth, you see some of his early attempts. And actually, the early attempts at writing The Lord of the Rings it was basically a science fiction story. Numenor was a steampunk dystopia, full on with floating ships and steam-powered metal ships that he said were no longer beautiful to look at. It had bombs and it had cannons. It had machines of war, and he eventually dialed that back. But not completely. It still exists in The Hobbit, definitely. The goblins were, forged machines of war. Saruman in the books created explosives near the end when Orthanc is being sieged. There was I use a movie thing here, that famous quote when describing Saruman, he said, he used to walk among the woods, but now he has a mind of metal and wheels. The characters of Sauron, and Morgoth, or Melkor, which I'll get to a little bit later, all have that in common. They're all sort of industrialists. They're all engineers. They're all narcissists who are with the lidless eye looking out and wanting to control others. And it was the belief of C.S. Lewis and of Tolkien that this lidless eye, this inability to look in and only the ability to look out, turns into things like totalitarianism or dictatorship. This is why the 20th century looked like it did, is because objectivity was removed, subjectivity was replaced it, and if you were living in a purely subjective existence, then not only can you change things, not only is the world malleable, but other people are as well. And so the new ideology of pure objectivity, promoted by the likes of the authors of the Green Book, the grammar book I talked about earlier, is the belief that any moral feelings or pangs of conscience are merely subjective experiences, or what today would be called social constructs. And I mean, we could give an entire talk just on that alone. While the real world is purely material and therefore mechanistic. To be purely objective is therefore, in this view, to focus only on the material and dismiss the rest as non-existent. And this is why Tolkien often used the words "the machine" when he's talking about Sauron, or when he's talking about the dark forces. He's talking about the creation of the orcs or the Uruk-hai, when Saruman now started kind of aping his master, as his master started aping Melkor, again, which I'll talk about in a second. He referred to that as the machine. This is also a term that he used when he was talking about his experience in World War I and as a professor living through World War II. On fairy stories, he said, "It is, after all, possible for a rational man, after reflection, to arrive at the condemnation, implicit at least, in the mere silence of escapist literature, of progressive things, like factories or the machine, guns, bombs, that appear to be their most natural and inevitable products." And then when talking about his experience at war, in a letter that he wrote to his son, Christopher, said, "The first war of the machines seems to be and this is an actual war, he doesn't mean from the book, it means the war at that time. The first war of the machines seems to be drawing to its final inconclusive chapter, leaving, alas, everyone the poorer, many bereaved or maimed, and millions dead. And the only thing triumphant, the machines. As the servants of the machines are becoming a privileged class, the machines are going to be enormously more powerful." Now, I want to kind of pivot a little bit here because you've got to get the words right. And so I wrote down as a title for what I was going to talk about today when Dr. Bouchard asked personal virtue and the franchise. And so I want to talk a little bit about that word franchise, because the word franchise has a bizarre history. And I'll tie that into the kind of the machine thing that I was just talking about a second ago. I will tie that together. But the franchise, originally, if you're looking at etymologically speaking, goes back to Europe, and in several different iterations, means free. It meant sort of a freedom given to people for religious rights, or there's the king would grant a certain amount of freedom for certain things. It was franchise was the original pronunciation, and it was freedom from servitude or restraint, a meaning that has now become obsolete. And I can give some examples from literature. In John Lydgate's tragedies, he says, turning his grace and favor to hatred, mercy, and pity, into cruelty, franchise of people to servitude, freedom, and dread, oppressed their freedom and old liberty. Even if we go to Shakespeare, Henry VI, they'll pawn their swords for my enfranchisement. Caesar, Julius Caesar, also Shakespeare. Some to the common pulpits and cry out, liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement. Or Richard II, also Shakespeare. His coming hither hath no further scope than his lineal royalties, to beg enfranchisement immediate on his knees. And to really quickly go through it, in the 1500s, it just meant being free, the status of not being in servitude, being granted an escape from servitude. Somehow it's become the place we get our quick burger, which is a very bizarre turn of events. But in the 1600s, as franchising meant citizenship to or membership, so if you belonged to a certain town, you were given a certain franchisement, so a certain freedom as a member of that town. And then as a member of that town in the 1700s, you would also get a particular legal privilege, maybe like the right to vote, or the right to access to a river, or things you would have a certain franchise, a freedom to be able to access that river because you were a citizen in that city or that town. And so because it would be as a membership, the ideal of membership, then eventually sports leagues were actually the first to adopt this. And it meant if you had a stipulated number of teams with territorial rights, then that could be considered a franchise. In the 1900s, it meant the authorization by a company to commercially sell and license their products or services. And as early as the 2000s, franchising meant a work of art where the success of the original creation inspires further installments to be made, like Harry Potter, Star Wars, Mario, or Lord of the Rings. It's only meant that since very recently. And even the newest use of the word franchise to mean artistic installments of things like movies or video games is referring to it's a change, because it's referring to a series or sequence as well as intellectual property or brand. In this use, it's a bit different than the business meaning, since a McDonald's franchise usually refers to a single independent restaurant, but a movie franchise refers to the films taken as a group. And the twisting of that word, I think, is significant, especially when we talk about the characters in J.R.R. Tolkien's books. The ones on the side of good were the free people of Middle-earth, but we're using the words wrong. I had a video, and I really regret that I didn't save it directly onto my computer because YouTube removed it. But someone had gone through and edited all of the interviews of the Amazon's Rings of Power, leading up to that, and they had edited a compilation of how many times the actors and writers and showrunners used the words franchise, and just put it into a video. The video is something like 8 or 9 minutes long, and it's just franchise, 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 franchise. The first this in the franchise, the first that in the franchise. This is the franchise. We're bringing this to the franchise. Franchise, franchise, franchise. And using it, constantly. And I kind of want to talk about that a little bit, because there's a slow degradation when the media is being changed. So here is a picture of, you've got Lord of the Rings, 1,241 pages into 3 movies. The Hobbit, one children's book, is 300, made into 3 movies. In fact, just as a personal aside, the first Hobbit movie is the reason why I gave up on Hollywood. I've not, I mean this, I was in the theater, my wife was poking me because I was being so loud. I did not see the second or the third one. I have not watched the movie since. That was it. I washed my hands of the whole thing because it was so bad. I thought it was so bad until The Rings of Power came out. In retrospect, it's not that bad. you know, it's a slow degradation, but because it's a franchise, it's an aesthetic. It's been taken, it's been gutted, it's been skinned, and it's been worn as an aesthetic. And that's slowly happened. I mean, I think the Peter Jackson, full disclosure, I know people love the Peter Jackson movies. I'm okay with them, I guess. They're not bad. The Hobbit movies, or movie, the one that I saw was terrible. In an argument with my friend who said I wasn't allowed to have an opinion on Rings of Power because I didn't plan on watching it, I asked, what percentage do I have to watch in order to have a valid opinion? And we debated for a while, and he said 40%. And so I actually watched 40% of the Rings of Power, so I have a valid opinion. And it's not just bad. I mean, it is bad, but it's more than that. This is sort of the point that I'm going to get to eventually. It isn't just bad. It is bad. It's got pacing issues. It's horribly boring. I've asked, and you know, the people who have watched it, and I've asked them, the people who tell me they like it, say, name one character that was created for the show. Give me one of their names. And they can't recall it. I was like, you watched 8 hours of this, and you followed these characters. What's that elf's name? Oh, I don't remember. Well, I remember Galadriel. I said, yeah, no, give me one character that was created for the show. I know you remember Galadriel. I know you remember Legolas. I know you remember the ones from previous, but the ones that were created for the show. And they can't do it. They can't remember because they're terrible, flat. I see people trying to do it. Oh, sorry. I see people trying to do it right now. Can someone do it? Can you name a character? Am I wrong? Well, Sauron, so from the book too. But one of the ones. Right, yeah, the not Sauron. Yeah. Is he, isn't he? He is. No, I knew. From moment one, I knew. Which again was like, you know, Jesus and Aslan. It was pretty obvious who Gandalf was, who Sauron was. The only thing that wasn't obvious is who Galadriel was. Like, who's that character? One of the things that we get accused of, anyone, I'll say this, stop saying brave when you mean racist, and then the thing on the bottom says, no, Boromir, you fought racistly. You have kept your honor. I just want to dismiss that, because, I mean, any criticism of Rings of Power got dismissed as being some kind of racial thing. I don't understand that. And so I'm not even going to, I mean, it's more nuanced than that. An entire conversation could be had just about that alone. So I'm not going to talk about that at all. I'm just going to talk about it on its face value. But if we look at the idea that we had Morgoth, who wanted, looking outwards, wanted to control the world, material world. And then he had a servant, Sauron, who was duplicitous and eventually betrayed him and became the Dark Lord, who, looking outwards and incapable of looking in, and wanted to control others. And then had a servant, Saruman, who was duplicitous and betrayed him and looking outwards and wanted to control the world. They all had something in common. They were all industrialists. They were all narcissists. And I think I'm going to give a really poor accounting of Hegel here, but Saruman was able to create the best orc. So the Uruk-hai was created by Saruman. The orcs originally were created by Morgoth. Then there was a more improved orc created by Sauron, and then eventually the Uruk-hai, which were the sort of the pinnacle of the worst, the best of the worst, were created by Saruman because it kind of created, improved. Marxism, one of the things that, along with fascism, that Lewis, Tolkien, Williams, the Inklings intensely disliked, and they saw around them at that time in the 1940s, changing society. Marxism was heavily influenced by Hegel. And to give a really almost disingenuous kind of accounting of his view of history, he believed that there were self-identifying truths and that progress was something that made itself known. And so in history there was a thesis, there was an antithesis, and so those would clash, and then that would result in a synthesis, and the synthesis would be the thing that's true. And so you can apply that to any historical any historical model. There's a sort of a belief or a thought or a way of living or something that's the thesis. Then there would be an antithesis where it said, this is something that we need to change, some counter-revolution. Those forces would meet, fight, and then they would eventually settle on something. And the thing they settle on would be the truth. That would be how freedom is revealed. Again, I'm giving him it's more complicated than that, I think. But I don't have time to kind of get into it. But at its basic, that's what it is. And that introduced the idea into history, revolutionized history, the study of history, in terms of progress. Because now there's a self-identifying truth that exists within history that makes itself known through the course of conflict, that we're actually progressing, we're moving towards, we're becoming better. And the assumption is that every society becomes better, and because things become better, there's a constant state of progress, which is where Marx and Engels kind of really find their inspiration, and self-admittedly, they both have said as much. I think Tolkien is, despite his claims to not wanting to use allegory, the allegory works here. And I think because his claims against allegory are not that he's, if you look at all his letters, he constantly refers to his own work as allegory. I think he just wanted the allegory to be universal enough that it wasn't pinned down for one thing. That in fact, the allegory just applies to kind of everything. Whereas someone like C.S. Lewis, he's specified it to the point where the allegory is too pinned down. And he leaves a little bit of freedom for the author. And so when people say Lord of the Rings is about World War I, and then some people say, no, it's about World War II. Some people, no, it's about industrialization. No, it's about Nazism. No, it's about communism. It's about all of those. It works for all of them because it's true for all of those. And so, in the same way, so first we'll say, so this is Saruman, who was a servant of Sauron. So aided by his orcs, Saruman slowly turned Nan-Core-Nur into a child's model or a slave's flattery of Mordor. And so even in the events of The Lord of the Rings, you can see Saruman starting to become sort of the next Sauron. Trees were cut down, which is how you know a place is evil in any of Tolkien's work. It's like, how do you know? There were no trees there. Oh, so it's an evil place. I got it. Trees were cut down and replaced by caverns filled with forges and furnaces and other machines. Further trying to emulate his master, the White Wizard, or the Wizard of Many Colors, crafted his own lesser ring, and similarly styled himself as a ring maker, like Sauron, or Halbrand. Sauron, who forged the rings. And then it's the same relationship that we had as with Sauron and Morgoth. In the beginning, Sauron was one of the Maer, the angels, servant of Eowl, the Velar, demigod and archangel of craftsmanship. This is the one thing they all have in common, the craftsmanship. They're all engineers. Sorry to any engineers in the room. You're fine. Similar to the Greek god Hephaestus, Sauron was also a craftsman whose specialty was knowledge and techniques, and for this won great honor and acclaim. But above all, and Tolkien says this, he loved order and coordination. He disliked all confusion and wasteful friction. And it's this that drew him to the great enemy of heaven, the fallen archangel of Melkor, or Morgoth, whose will and power to effect his designs quickly and masterfully proved irresistible to Sauron. This led to his fall and his service as Melkor's greatest lieutenant, assisting his master in the deceits of cunning. And so the pattern persists with this view, with this outward-looking view, without the idea of, when you raise a society of men without chests, without personal virtue, without your own individualistic virtue, that outward-looking eye becomes dominating, it becomes totalitarian, and it repeats itself. Or, to take a bit of dialogue from the book, after a defeat and a respite, the shadow takes another shape and grows again. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. And already, Frodo, our time is beginning to look black. The enemy is becoming fast and very strong. I'm going to read a tweet here that I think humorously sums this up, or my opinion of it. Do you ever think about how Tolkien's vision of the greatest evil in the universe was something that he referred to as the machine, which was his way of talking about accelerated industrialism and mass surveillance? And he wrote multiple books where the main villains were a dragon who sits on a huge pile of treasure that he never intends to use, but incinerates anyone who comes near it, and a man in a giant tower who's wrecking the environment with his factories, and an evil being who uses what's essentially a listening device to control the citizens of Middle-earth. And now Amazon's making a Tolkien show? Do you ever think about that? I love that. But even more creatively, this is my favorite, probably my favorite tweet of all time. It began with the forging of the great films. Threads were given by Tolkien, immortal, wisest, and fairest of all beings. Rights were granted to Jackson, great miner and craftsman of the mountains of lore. And 9 hours were gifted to the race of men, who above all else desire quality. But they were all of them deceived. For another show was made in the land of Amazon, in the fires of Mount Prime. The Dark Lord Bezos forged in secret a master flop. And into this show he poured his money, his greed, and his will to dominate all film. One show to ruin them all. That's so good. That's just good writing. 5 minutes? Oh yeah, I'm getting a 5 minute. But that leads me to kind of the ending point is the most important, in my opinion, and it's been described as like the one of history's or literature's greatest anticlimaxes. But it's actually, I think, the most important part of the book is the scouring of the Shire, the last chapter in the book. And nobody, when they make the movies, they always cut it out. But it actually, it makes the point, I think, more than any other chapter. Gandalf says this to the hobbits after they've just gone through this entire adventure. And, they've gone to Mount Doom, they've defeated Sauron, the Dark Lord, they've saved Middle-earth, and then they have to go back home again. It's the hero's journey. And Gandalf says, well, I'm off, you guys are on your own. He says, you must settle its affairs yourselves. That is what you have been trained for. Do you not yet understand? My time is over. It's no longer my task to set things right, nor to help folk to do so. And as for you, my dear friends, you will need no help. You're grown up now. Grown indeed very high among the great you are. And I have no longer any fear at all for any of you. This is one of the most important ideas. Because if you haven't read the book, I'm sorry, I'm going to spoil it. At the end, they go back to the Shire. The Shire's been taken over by Sharky. It turns out to be Sharky is Saruman. And there is now, as the pattern continues, Morgoth turned into Sauron, Sauron turned into Saruman, Saruman's gone back to the Shire, and now he's a dictator. They go back and there's signs everywhere, everyone's in their houses, or their holes, I guess, all boarded up. There's signs saying, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. And a group of sheriffs come up and tell Merry, Pippin, Frodo, and Sam, you can't do that. We're the sheriffs. We're under authority of the new dictator, the new leader of the Shire, who says, no longer are we free, we can't do these things. And they laugh at him. We're going to do what we want, try and stop us. The sheriffs leave and say, well, we don't know what to do about that, and so they leave. And they look at each other and say, okay, well, now we have to liberate the Shire. Because evil follows you home. That's the idea of the personal virtue, the individual virtue. So Tolkien says, an author cannot, of course, remain wholly unaffected by his experience, but the ways in which a story germ uses the soil of experience are extremely complex, and attempts to define the process are at best guesses from evidence that is inadequate and ambiguous. And it has been supposed by some that the scouring of the Shire reflects the situation in England at the time, in the 1940s and 50s, when I was finishing my tale. It does not. It is an essential part of the plot, foreseen from the outset, though in the event modified by the character of Saruman, as developed in the story without, need I say, any allegorical significance or contemporary political reference whatsoever. Tolkien on the Scour. I don't know. We have here, if you look at The Hobbit, you've got the mill. This is Hobbiton, the mill in Hobbiton. One of the first things that the Sharky does when he takes over is he turns the mill into some kind of industrial thing that smoke is coming out of. And this is the mill in Tolkien's hometown, where he says, well, okay, never mind. It indeed has some basis in experience, though slender, for the economic situation was entirely different. but in the Second World War, or much further back than the Second World War. The country in which I lived in childhood and being shabbily destroyed before I was 10. This mill held a, it's in, I've forgotten the name now. Sarehole, thank you. In Sarehole, held a huge significance for Tolkien. It's something that was a huge part of his childhood, and he saw industrialization kind of ruin the town that he lived in, and he saw this as being symbolic. And I think there's no mistake that in the center of the Scouring of the Shire, which is really a novel into itself, that chapter, at the very center of that lies this mill that's, you know, for all intents and purposes, identical to the mill that he grew up next to. Here's the hobbits turning on Sharky. I just like this picture. I think I only have 1 minute left, so I'll just end with this. A war to defend the normal from the lie. A war for the freedom to remain human. A war that can and will be won only by men with chests. This and no other is the true great war in our time, and indeed it is already here. We have no choice but to muster our courage and fight it or perish. And this is why I think describing Tolkien's work as a dystopia makes so much sense, because what it's calling people to, that idea of personal virtue versus sort of the outward-looking eye of the machine, I don't think has ever been more relevant, or continues to be more relevant than it is right now. And even, I think, and I kept bringing up the Rings of Power, I think even evidenced by that, the fact that, and again, my friend who I argued with, who liked the show and said I had to watch 40% of it, he said, you could just turn it off, right? Yeah, that's true. It's a good argument. But I don't want to, because I don't actually think the Rings of Power is just bad. I actually think it's wrong. I think they've taken, so they had a team of Tolkien scholars on board who were all too Tolkien-y, so they fired them and replaced them with a bunch of diversity experts and things like that. And they've tried to modernize or update Tolkien. They've tried to take it and, again, skin it alive, use it as an aesthetic, and let actors wear it. And so for me, yeah, I could not watch it. But it's actually, I think it's wrong. And so it isn't just bad. It's evidence that people who actually hate something that I love, they're taking something that I love, they actually hate it, and they're trying to use it for something that I hate as well. And I can't just not watch that. I actually have to be offended by it, or to be moved to disagree with it. And I guess the final word that I'll end on is, I'll just bring it up here. Sorry, just a sec. Okay. I think I've lost my bookmark. I'm just gonna stop there. I can't find it. I will find that quote, and I'll come back with it later. Right now, I'm just gonna stop. And so thank you very much. I'm over time. I'll try and find it. I'll try and find it while you're talking.
You can grab a seat there, Doug. We're going to do just a little Q&A. So we have time for maybe 3 or 4 questions. Then we'll take a break. We have some waters and snacks there for you, and then have a little stretch break, and then go on to our next speaker. So Raise your hand if you have any questions for Mr. Mansfield. All right, we have a first question.
All right, well, thank you for that interesting talk and for connecting up Abolition of Man with Tolkien. And so this isn't so much a question except to say, are you aware of these resources? But since we all like books here, I thought I would venture to offer a couple of additional reading suggestions. Father Michael Ward, my friend and colleague who's already gotten a mention here, he's written a really amazing book called After Humanity, A Guide to the Abolition of Man. All right, I guess this is my question, counts as a question. Have you encountered that? You will love it. It's a complete unpacking of the abolition of man, and I think given what you talked about virtue, it's really going to resonate with you. So it's by Father Michael Ward, called After Humanity, A Guide to C.S. Lewis's Abolition of Man. So highly recommended.
Just based on the title alone, I already love it. Is that on?
All right, any other questions? Dr. Bouchard.
Thanks, Doug. Pardon my voice. One of the things that I appreciate about what you were talking about was the idea that Tolkien had of wanting to have a more universal appeal rather than things being pinned down by, say, one specific meaning. And I wonder if you could comment on how, when it comes to personal virtue, we can get into the danger of pinning people down, not listening, not understanding, not having what you could say a more universal view of accepting kind of a listening ear rather than just analytical or outward looking, but seeing inside of ourselves and also being able to understand or listen to people better rather than pinning people down maybe by some of these philosophies and trying to box people in. And because we can't box people in a lot of these characters, they don't kind of fit with a specific type of person. They're very universal. So can you comment on that universal way in Tolkien, but also how we can apply that to our own lives and how we interact with others?
I think that's actually sort of, that's where Tolkien would argue that evil starts, is that outward-looking eye where I'm actually trying to control the behaviors of other people. And so without that understanding that, you know, that each of us are flawed, without that understanding that each of us are made in the image and likeness of God, without that, then there is nothing that stops us from looking outward and trying to control somebody else. You know, one of my favorite quotes is when talking about Marx, Karl Marx. This is a joke, but you know, someone said this once. He said, he was in the voice of Marx. He said, "I want to show the world my peaceful ways through force," which I think is the you know, that's the idea of well-meaning. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
All right.
Just to piggyback off of that and what Dr. Bouchard was saying, do you see a connection between this idea of being closed to another's expression with Tolkien's idea of applicability in allegory, where the allegory seems to be a dominion of the author to force a narrative, whereas applicability is a discovery of the reader to find his or her own creativity?
I think that's interesting because, you know, one of the ideas, and I think a large part of this thing that's happening in academia right now, where subjectivity has taken over, can be traced back to the literature departments, where they say, or the art history departments, where they say, well, however you interpret a story is true, despite however the author meant it. And so that's interesting to me because, you know, Tolkien did in fact leave some room for interpretation. He didn't want to dominate your mind. He wanted to be universal enough, but he still believed in an objective truth. He still believed in objectivity. And so, you know, it wasn't that this, you know, is some of the modern art where it's just kind of a streak of red on a canvas. Whatever it means to you is what it means. He did have a meaning. He said, you know, it's not an allegory of atomic power. It's an allegory of all power. And so I think he wanted to universalize it enough so that it was how does he refer to it? I think on fairy tales, he refers to it as lies that tell us the truth, which I really like.
There you go.
Thank you very much. So regarding what you said about Tolkien not liking Shakespeare because he doesn't want it to be in a classroom and all this other stuff, I find it kind of funny that we have Tolkien scholars now who like dedicate their lives to studying it. And something that struck me was that's very similar in a way to how we see franchises, where we have like this very dedicated niche idea of what the story is about, and so we're just going to keep formulating that and repeating it and recycling it until we can't make money from it anymore. So it kind of corrupts the intention of the author. And so I was thinking, is there a way to re-enfranchise, to use the word in its original meaning, the way we see stories, the way we see even Lord of the Rings, as something that is organic, or if that applies to your topic at hand?
I love that question.
Thank you.
I think that's really good. And I do have an opinion, but I don't know. I have an opinion, but no plan. So I have a strong opinion and no way to enforce it. I actually think that the idea that, you know, guys in suits somewhere who don't understand why the stories matter to people are making the decisions. I think that's the problem. That is the machine. The machine's taken over. The machine controls our narrative, and to no longer allow that to happen, to no longer allow corporations or big business, places like Amazon, where again, guys in suits are, you know, thinking, you know, people seem to really like this Tolkien guy, so let's take, you know, the dresses and things and put trees in it. And again, it's an aesthetic, and then we'll update it, obviously, because, you know, we'll update it. But, you know, not knowing that it's still popular for a reason. Like the idea of classics are that they're washed through time. They're with us still for a reason, because they still interest us, because they still speak to us. They're universal. They speak to our souls. And so not letting corporations and guys in suits take that over, I think is the idea. And so I think the most revolutionary thing you can do is just read the book.
All right, so we'll wrap up there and go into our break. Feel free to talk to Doug on your break at lunch if there's something that struck that you would prefer to chat one-on-one with him about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to do a quick introduction. Should I say Professor Ordway, Dr. Ordway?
Doctor, I think, would be the...
Doctor's better. There's a long story about what a professor is at Oxford, which he might tell you later. Dr. Ordway is the Cardinal Francis George Professor of Faith and Culture at the Word on Fire Institute and visiting professor of apologetics at Houston Christian University. She holds a PhD in English from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. She's the author of Tolkien's Modern Reading, Middle-earth Beyond the Middle Ages, which received the 2022 Mythopoeic Scholarship Award in Inkling Studies. Her book, Tolkien's Faith, a Spiritual Biography, was released in time for the 50th anniversary of Tolkien's death, and several of her books we have here. And she loves writing and teaching writing. She loves teaching about the collaborative writing process, the revision process of writing, and so I think besides the Tolkien stuff we're talking about, if you have a chance to talk about the writing process with Dr. Ordway, I think that'd be really interesting too. And that relates as well to the Inklings and how they had this shared process of cross-pollinating each other's work between Lewis, Tolkien, and the rest of the Inklings. But I think it's something that's not just for them that produced great fruit, it's also for us too, that locally in our communities, we should be doing things like this, reading together, reading to our children out loud, writing together, getting feedback. So this is also an expertise that Dr. Ordway has. So without further ado, I'm going to leave it to her. She's going to present her remarks on this amazing book that she wrote about Tolkien's life, and then I'm going to do some Q&A after. So let's welcome her here to Calgary.
Well, thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to be here, and I've been sort of welcomed so hospitably, sort of Shire-worthy hospitality. Well done, all of you. And it's really a pleasure to be speaking here on this topic, as I've given you, Tolkien's faith and the foundations of Middle-earth, and we will get into why that word foundations is so important in a little bit. And so, yes, so I'll be speaking in my actual talk for about 45 minutes. And then, as we've heard, we're going to do a nice long Q&A. Folks on the live stream, welcome to intersperse their questions with our live questions. And the questions can arise out of the talk, or they could be just burning questions about Tolkien. I will answer them as I can. I must say I don't speak Elvish, so there's that area, I can't help on that. But all things Tolkienian or Inklings, and so we can have a good conversation. So, Tolkien's faith and the foundations of Middle-earth. This is a good time to be talking about these things because September 2nd of last year, 2023, marked the 50th anniversary of Tolkien's death. And by this point, his contributions to English literature and culture has been widely recognized. And in fact, in the UK, the Royal Mint honored him with a special £2 coin, one of the first with the head of King Charles III. And it has Tolkien's monogram on the other side, describing him as writer, poet, scholar. And I was quite pleased they did a poll in the UK for all the commemorative coins that came out last year, which was the popular favorite, and Tolkien's coin won. Hurrah! Yes. So really we have a sort of tangible evidence here of Tolkien's recognition in his homeland of his contributions to culture. And his magnum opus, The Lord of the Rings, is a worldwide bestseller. It's been translated into more than 50 languages, from Arabic and Chinese to Thai and Turkish. And the film adaptations are loved by millions of people who haven't read the books or haven't yet read the books. And especially as I've gotten older, I've encountered a lot of people for whom the books were opened up to them by the films. So this has been a path into Tolkien's imaginative world for so many people. And Amazon's The Rings of Power, whatever one might think of its merits artistically, is a testament to Tolkien's place in our modern cultural imagination. It was the most expensive television series ever made, second season on the way. Whatever might be the mixed motives of the people making it, they are recognizing something real. Tolkien has a place in our cultural imagination, is an important place, a place that is just touching millions and millions of people. So we have this huge global popularity. Yet Tolkien was both a thoroughgoing Englishman and a devout Catholic of a traditionalist mindset. His world of Middle-earth is rooted in English soil, and his religious views are shared by only a tiny fraction of his total readership, indeed of his total audience. And this gives us a paradox that's really worth investigating. We have a deeply Christian man who's produced an imaginative work that's fantastically popular with readers and viewers of all faiths and none. That's interesting. So let's turn to a quote from one of Tolkien's letters, one, in fact, that we had quite helpfully previewed for us a few minutes ago. And it's the first line that's most often quoted, but we're going to take a look at the whole thing. The Lord of the Rings is, of course, a fundamentally religious and Catholic work, unconsciously so at first, but consciously in the revision. That is why I have not put in or have cut out practically all references to anything like religion, to cults or practices in the imaginary world. For the religious element is absorbed into the story and the symbolism. However, that is very clumsily put and sounds more self-important than I feel. For as a matter of fact, I have consciously planned very little and should chiefly be grateful for having been brought up, since I was 8, in a faith that has nourished me and taught me all the little that I know. What are we to make of this? One thing we should be clear on from the start, it doesn't mean that Christianity in general, or Catholicism in particular, is some sort of interpretive key that unlocks a secret meaning. No. And indeed, if we take seriously that Tolkien described his work as fundamentally religious and Catholic, we must also take seriously the way that he qualified and contextualized statements like this. Tolkien was always emphatic that his writings could not be read as straightforward allegories. As he remarked rather tartly in one letter, The Lord of the Rings is not about anything but itself. Certainly it has no allegorical intentions, general, particular, or topical, moral, religious, or political. Boom. And this is borne out by the massive popularity of his story, with a global fan base that includes vast numbers of people who don't share his religious beliefs. Whatever The Lord of the Rings is, it's not a simple allegory of the Christian faith or a presentation of the Gospels in the guise of fantasy. But that's not to say that The Lord of the Rings bears no relationship to the Christian religion that Tolkien actually believed in. His great work is, as he says, of course, fundamentally religious and Catholic. That, of course, is very interesting. It seems natural and obvious to him that it should be so. And that is because, as Tolkien says, it is fundamentally Catholic. Tolkien was a great master of words. He knew the nuances. At its fundament, at its roots, in its essence. This religious and Catholic element, Tolkien explains, is absorbed into the story and the symbolism. It's woven into the warp and the woof of the text. It's implicit, indirect. It was not consciously planned. Rather, the whole world of Middle-earth and everything in it is rooted in its author's Christian vision of reality. And he says that this rootedness, this unplanned but essential quality to his work, comes about because he has been raised and nourished in the Catholic faith. Tolkien's faith was lifelong and deep. He was a committed Christian, and he was not shy about saying so publicly. He also drew attention to the importance of his faith in his work. In one letter, Tolkien explained that there is a scale of significance in the types of facts that are relevant for understanding a writer's work. He places at the bottom of the scale his preference for certain languages, explaining that although this has some relation to his writings, it does not really explain the works. Other facts, he says, are really significant, such as his rural childhood before the age of the machine. We saw a picture of Sarehall Mill, that important element in his early childhood. This, he says, is really significant. But then he goes on to say, more important, I am a Christian, which can be deduced from my stories. We know that his childhood experiences and his linguistic interests were imaginatively formative. But by Tolkien's own reckoning, his faith was more important for understanding his writing than either of these. So if we are to understand and appreciate Tolkien's writings to the fullest degree, we need to look deeply to understand what he himself identified as being fundamental to his identity and to the way he expressed himself in his fiction. The way that we go about this is important. Tolkien's faith was shaped by his personal context and his deliberate commitments in the spiritual life. He was a Christian, which means certain things, in contrast to the generally secular approach of the wider world, in his day as in ours. And more specifically, he was a Catholic, which provided a particular shape and structure for his faith. And not just a Catholic, but one who lived out his faith through the first 3/4 of the 20th century, which featured 2 world wars and major changes in the way that the church understood and expressed itself. Furthermore, Tolkien can only be fully understood if we appreciate that he was not just a 20th century Catholic, but an English Catholic, part of a faith community that had experienced persecution, marginalization, and restrictions on civil rights, some of which lasted until Tolkien's adult life. Lastly, his formation as an English Catholic of the 20th century was greatly shaped by the particular circumstances of his close connection in childhood and youth and throughout his life to the congregation of the Oratory of St. Philip Neri. And so this morning, I want to trace some instances of the way that his faith was fundamental to the shaping of Middle-earth, looking particularly at the themes of beauty, humor, humility, and suffering. To do that, we need to begin at the beginning. Tolkien was in fact baptized as an infant in the Anglican Cathedral in Bloemfontein, South Africa. But the heat of Bloemfontein was bad for his health, and when he was just 3 years old, his mother Mabel took him and his baby brother Hilary back to England for what they thought was going to be a temporary visit before returning to home with his father Arthur in South Africa. But they never returned, and Tolkien never saw his father again. The following year, just as Mabel was literally packing their bags for the trip back to South Africa, they received a telegram to say that his father Arthur had died. So his widowed mother, Mabel, and her son stayed in Birmingham, and 4 years later, in 1900, Mabel was received into the Catholic Church. Her family was extremely hostile to this move, and they cut off financial support and pressured her to recant her Catholicism. And this is an important moment to sort of pause, because we know that Tolkien was a devout Catholic. He's one of the most important Catholic figures of the modern era. And it's easy to take for granted that, of course, he remained a Catholic in honor of his mother, but it might easily have been otherwise. He might have rejected the faith that had led so directly to poverty and stress for his family. After all, his grandparents on both sides and his aunts and his uncles would have warmly welcomed him back into the fold. It would have been easy for him to just revert to the Anglican faith of his dead father. In the strongly anti-Catholic culture of early 20th century England, it would in so many ways have made his life easier and more comfortable if he had reverted to Anglicanism, or if he had made his Catholic faith a purely private matter. But he didn't. He didn't. Not as a boy, not as a teenager, not later in life. But he might have done so. And bearing that in mind will help us to appreciate more fully the shape of his faith and what it meant to him. So, Tolkien was confirmed as a Catholic shortly before his 12th birthday at the Birmingham Oratory. And he took the confirmation name of Philip after St. Philip Neri, the 16th century Italian who was the founder of the Oratorians. And he even wove that name later into the famous monogram of his initials, where we can trace that hidden letter, John Ronald Rule Philip Tolkien. Little extra foot that hides the P. After his mother died in 1904, the Birmingham Oratory became of central importance for Tolkien. Father Francis Morgan, a priest of the Oratory, became his guardian, and many years later, Tolkien recalled that at the Oratory, he had the advantage of a good Catholic home in excelsis, in the highest, virtually a junior inmate of the Oratory house, which contained many learned fathers, largely converts. Now I need to give a little bit of background on the Birmingham Oratory, because it's not just the name of a church. It's called the Oratory because it's part of the congregation of the Oratory of St. Philip Neri. The oratory in Birmingham was the first to be established in England, and it was founded by John Henry Newman, who had been one of the leading lights of Oxford. He was a fellow of Oriel College in Oxford and vicar of the University Church, and then after he became a Catholic and was ordained a priest in Rome, he returned to England with his friends who had been converted and ordained alongside him to set up a religious community. And he chose the oratory of St. Philip Neri as the most suitable. He founded the Birmingham Oratory in 1852 and was its superior until his death in 1890, only 10 years before Mabel became a Catholic. One of the reasons that Newman felt that the Oratorian rule was a good fit for himself and his fellow well-educated converts was that it allowed the retention of personal property such as books and encouraged scholarly pursuits among its members. And in addition to valuing the intellectual life, Newman explained that the rule sets great store by the arts as a means to draw people closer to God, especially music. Oratories have a particular mission to the more highly educated in the community, and they emphasize outreach and evangelism through the beauty of architecture, vestments, and liturgy, especially liturgy in terms of music. And this positive attitude towards the intellectual life and to the cultivation of the arts continued to Tolkien's day. The parish magazine of those years, I've looked through these volumes in the Birmingham Oratory, it's full of poetry and articles about literature. So here, the young Tolkien, who was interested in art and stories and literature from the beginning, found an environment that encouraged these aspects of his personality and his interests. Now, I noted that the Oratorians placed special attention to music. St. Philip decided that a good way to engage the young men of his day was to provide musical evenings, interwoven with scripture readings, lectures, and discussions. And it's because of this interest in music that composers began to create oratorios, which originally meant pieces written specifically for St. Philip's Oratory in Rome. The Birmingham Oratorians continued in this tradition, and they produced new programs for musical evenings under the guidance of Father Robert Eaton. And it's worth considering, as a possibility, whether these oratorios that interwove scripture and music might possibly have made some contribution to the inspiration for Tolkien's account in the Silmarillion of the creation of Middle-earth expressed in musical terms. As a boy at the oratory, Tolkien was also introduced to plain chant, Gregorian chant, which he would probably not have heard as an Anglican. And this made a great impression on Tolkien. His daughter Priscilla later recalled of her father that the only kind of music I knew him to love dearly was Gregorian plain chant. And in fact, here we can trace a direct influence on Tolkien's Middle-earth. Soon after the publication of The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien explained that a few of the songs in it are, he said, written to specific tunes. One of these, he said, was the elvish chant that Galadriel sings to the Fellowship as they depart from Lothlorien. This, he says, is a lament that has in mind the tones used in the Lamentatio of Tenebrae, the chant of the readings from the Bible's Book of Lamentations used during the Tenebrae prayer service of Holy Week. And so we have a direct connection from the Gregorian plain chant that he knew as a child into the Holy Week music into Middle-earth. So we've already seen these hints that Tolkien's early life was full of loss and sorrow. By the age of 12, he'd first lost his father and then his deeply beloved mother. Then, as a teenager, he fell in love, only to have Father Francis forbid him to have any contact with his sweetheart for 3 years until he came of age. And he obeyed, although it was very difficult and painful, out of love for his guardian,
whom he considered his second father. When he did reconnect with Edith, and that's a dramatic story of its own, they married in 1916, shortly before Tolkien was sent to the front lines of the Great War, where he fought in the Battle of the Somme. Tolkien later recalled that all but one of his close friends were killed in the war. And he himself contracted a severe case of trench fever, which became chronic and contributed to his severe health problems throughout his life. Throughout, if you read the letters, you will find he is constantly referencing being ill. He was not a hypochondriac. He genuinely had recurring health problems that I do believe that can be traced to his extremely severe case of trench fever that caused him to be declared 100% disabled by the Army Medical Board. He was very sick indeed. Now, these experiences would be more than enough to account for a bleak view of life, and Tolkien did have a depressive streak in his character. What's surprising is not that he experienced these times of intense melancholy, but rather that he also had such a deep-seated streak of joy and fun. His exceptionally complex intellect was balanced by what he himself described, rather wryly in later years, as a very simple sense of humor, which even my appreciative critics find tiresome. And here we can see another influence from those formative years at the Oratory. Philip, as well as being called the third apostle of Rome, is called the apostle of joy. And one of St. Philip's maxims was that his disciples should maintain cheerfulness and preserve themselves from sin. The approach of the Oratorians in nurturing spiritual health through fostering cheerfulness, even or especially in difficult times, would certainly have been of assistance in helping the orphaned young Tolkien to ease back into enjoyment of life. And Tolkien, in fact, demonstrated a readiness to be silly throughout his life. So, for instance, the invitations that he sent to his son Christopher's 21st birthday party show his sense of humor. Carriages at midnight, ambulances at 2 a.m., wheelbarrows at 5 a.m., hearses at daybreak. Now, some of the stories of Tolkien's adult sense of humor can seem slightly undignified, even a little embarrassing. So, for instance, as an elderly man, on at least one occasion, he disconcerted a shopkeeper by paying with a handful of coins that included his false teeth. Now, I can only imagine that he had sneezed or coughed, and finding his dentures amongst the coins, he just jokingly handed over the whole lot. And I remember when I was first researching Tolkien, thinking, that's kind of gross and silly. Like, surely, I mean, he became a full professor at Oxford at a fairly young age. Later, he became the author of this worldwide bestseller. Shouldn't he kind of be a little more dignified, live up to his status as a high academic figure and a famous author? Well, not according to the teachings of St. Philip Neri, who considered spiritual pride to be a serious danger and humility the best remedy. St. Philip remarked, "Let us pray God, if he gives us any virtue or any gift, to keep it hidden even from ourselves, that we may preserve our humility and not take occasion of pride because of it." Philip was himself an exceptionally gifted man. He was widely considered a saint in his own lifetime. But although he took the spiritual life seriously, he never took himself too seriously. So, for instance, Philip once showed up at a big, important party thrown by this rich patron. He showed up at this party with half of his beard shaved off. Just half, mind you. And he looked very silly. Why did he do it? Well, he knew that he had just been invited to the party so that his host could show off. Look at how pious I am. I've got my pet saint at my party. Look at me, such a good Catholic. And Philip wanted to undercut these spiritual pretensions. So he turns up at the party looking like a fool. A silly action for a serious spiritual cause. Now, this Philippine teaching on humility that Tolkien absorbed as a young man doesn't preclude achievement. It doesn't even dismiss pride in achievement, but rather it seeks to keep the right perspective. St. Philip warns against pursuing achievements for the sake of worldly praise, but he's also aware of a kind of scrupulosity that could arise. So Philip explained that it does not take away our merit in the spiritual life if we enjoy praise that we receive, if we enjoy acclaim for our work, as long as we didn't do the work specifically for the sake of getting that praise. If we've done good work, we should accept whatever praise or acclaim comes from it, but not dwell on it or treat it as important. And this early formation in humor and humility would stand Tolkien in good stead. When first The Hobbit and then The Lord of the Rings became a worldwide sensation, fan mail just poured in, often of the most gushing kind, mostly from Americans. Tolkien, however, was from the start alert to the spiritual dangers of this lavish praise, which he calls incense, as in the incense offered before idols. In 1944, he remarked on a fan letter that he'd received from an American boy who declared that he had read The Hobbit no fewer than 11 times. I think he's probably beat even some of us in the audience here. Tolkien's comment is telling. I find these letters, which I still occasionally get, apart from the smell of incense, which fallen man can never quite fail to savor, make me rather sad. What thousands of grains of good human corn must fall on barren, stony ground if such a very small drop of water should be so intoxicating? But I suppose one should be grateful for the grace and fortune that have allowed me to provide even the drop. In the last year of his life, he commented, being a cult figure in one's own lifetime, I'm afraid is not at all pleasant. However, I do not find that it tends to puff one up. In my case, at any rate, it makes me feel extremely small and inadequate. But even the nose of a very modest idol cannot remain entirely untickled by the sweet smell of incense. So we see that he is able to laugh at his own approval of this praise. And I think this element of both humor and humility is a really important part of his spiritual life, of his personality. And we see it reflected in his most famous creation, the hobbits, a people who are by nature merry and full of laughter. They are, he says, fond of cheerful jests at all times. They are hospitable and delighted in parties. They're also the most humble and simple of the peoples of Middle-earth. They're not powerful warriors like Aragorn or Boromir. They're not wise like Gandalf or Elrond. This is not a coincidence. It's in these terms that Tolkien explained one of the fundamental themes of The Lord of the Rings. It is, he wrote, planned to be hobbitocentric, that is, primarily a study of the ennoblement or sanctification of the humble. And he remarks that he saw the value of hobbits in putting earth under the feet of romance and in providing subjects for ennoblement and heroes more praiseworthy than the professionals. I would not be a hero is, of course, as good a start for the hero as I would not be a bishop for a bishop. And then in the very next sentence, he adds, we are all equal before the great author who puts down the mighty from their seat and exalts the humble. And of course, here Tolkien is quoting from the Magnificat, where she says, he hath regarded the humility of his handmaid. He hath scattered the proud in the imagination of their heart. He hath put down the mighty from their seat and hath exalted the humble. And here we can begin to better understand what Tolkien meant when he said that it was upon Our Lady that all my own small perception of beauty, both in majesty and simplicity, is founded. It was evidently entirely natural for his mind to connect the humility of the hobbits to the beautiful simplicity and humility of Mary. And there we see Mary, and he would have gazed upon this very statue for the 20 years that he worshipped at St. Gregory's in Oxford. That's the actual statue in St. Greg's as it is today. Now, we just quoted from the Magnificat, and Tolkien, in fact, recommended the Magnificat as a prayer to learn by heart. Another prayer that Tolkien found deeply meaningful is the Litany of Loretto, and he even translated a portion of it into his Elvish language of Quenya. In the Litany of Loretto, Mary is addressed under various titles, some of them presenting her in symbolic terms such as Mirror of Justice, Mystical Rose, titles such as that. One of these titles is Consolatrix Afflictorum, Comforter of the Afflicted. In 1916, when Tolkien was in the trenches in France, on the front lines of the Great War, he wrote a poem in honor of Mary, which begins with the line, "O Lady Mother enthroned amid the stars." And he gave the poem 2 different titles. One of these was Consolatrix Afflictorum, from the Litany of Loretto. Now, given the circumstances, it's not surprising that he chose to reflect on Mary as Comforter of the Afflicted. The other title that he gave it is Stella Vespertina. This is connected to the Litany of Loretto, but at one remove. It's Tolkien's own invention, and it's an intriguing variant of one of the titles for Mary in the Litany, namely Stella Matutina. Whereas Stella Matutina means morning star, Tolkien's variant means evening star. Now, the symbolism of the morning and the evening star is rich and complex in Christian iconography, and there are several different ways that this ends up having an influence on Tolkien's work. Specifically with regard to the Litany of Loretto, because Christ is traditionally symbolized by the sun, his mother Mary is associated with the morning star. She's the lesser light that heralds the imminent arrival of the greater light. And that's the image of her title, Stella Matutina. Tolkien was interested in astronomy and knowledgeable about it, and he would have known that both the morning star and the evening star refer to the planet Venus, which is visible in the western sky after sunset, just as it is in the eastern sky before sunrise. And these celestial appearances would have become weighted with deep emotional significance and spiritual significance once he began to serve on the front lines of the Great War. In the war, soldiers were required to stand to at dawn and dusk each day. As historian Paul Fussell explains, stand to was a solemn moment. Twice a day, everyone stared silently across the wasteland at the enemy's hiding places and considered how to act if a field gray line suddenly appeared and grew larger and larger through the mist and the half-light. These military routines of standing to arms in combat readiness at daybreak and nightfall were, as Fussell notes, moments of heightened ritual anxiety, and all the more wrenching and disturbing because they were in such contrast with the traditional literary imagery of dawn and dusk as times of peace and tranquility. Tolkien's adaptation of the litany to address Mary as Stella Vespertina, as opposed to Stella Matutina, is therefore both astronomically and theologically resonant. And all the more so when we consider how it's paired with his other title, Consolatrix Afflictorum. The image of Mary as the evening star invites us to consider how she is visible when the sun, her sun, has disappeared below the horizon. Christ may have died, but his mother is still present, consoling those who, like her, mourn his loss. In the nightmarish situation of the trenches, with the problem of evil and suffering so readily apparent, this is a powerful image as of faith as experienced, or at least as hoped for, in the darkness. Years later, Tolkien gave to his character Arwen from The Lord of the Rings the name Undomiel, meaning evening star. In calling Arwen the evening star, he was giving her a title that had Marian associations for him, and specifically Marian associations that were rooted in his Great War experiences. And the significance of this title is underscored by the fact that it's twice contrasted with the beauty of full daylight, as represented by Galadriel. And evidently, this finding of beauty in the night was of tremendous importance for Tolkien. It allowed him to explore in The Lord of the Rings images and tales of great darkness without losing sight of hope. In his 1916 poem, Tolkien described Mary as enthroned amid the stars, another indication that he sees her as a figure present in the darkness of night, not just in the brightness of day. And we can perhaps see this influence of this celestial image of Mary in the scene where Sam and Frodo, having escaped from the orcs, begin their seemingly hopeless trek into Mordor. Sam looks up and he sees a single star shining through the cloud rack above the mountains. The beauty of it smote his heart as he looked up out of the forsaken land, and hope returned to him. For like a shaft clear and cold, the thought pierced him that in the end, the shadow was only a small and passing thing. There was light and high beauty forever beyond its reach. Now, we saw a moment ago that Tolkien quoted from the Gospel of Luke in connecting Mary's Magnificat with the humble hobbits. And this is a reminder that another characteristic of Tolkien's faith was that it was grounded in a lifelong, deep attention to Scripture. Tolkien was an expert philologist, and philology literally means love of words, that is, languages and the study of their history. And for Tolkien, this love was rooted in deep knowledge and love of the written Word of God, sacred Scripture. His friend Clyde Kilby, who spent a summer assisting him with the Silmarillion, recalled that in their conversations, every single day he would get on to scriptural things. And Kilby said that Tolkien spoke of his special regard for the book of Luke, and for a specific reason, because that writer included so much about women. Tolkien also had a great appreciation for the sheer literary power of John's Gospel. One of his military cadet students during the Second World War recalled that at the beginning of their class, Tolkien handed round some sample passages of medieval English that he had typed out. One of them was an English translation of the first verses of the Gospel according to John. "You see," he said triumphantly, "English was a language that could move easily in abstract concepts when French was still a vulgar Norman patois." Now, not only did Tolkien read the Bible, but he helped to translate it. In 1957, he was invited to participate in a major Bible translation project, the Jerusalem Bible in English, and Tolkien agreed to translate the book of Jonah. And we can see him in the list of contributors. There we go. Tolkien's translation, begun in 1957, was completed by 1961. The very fact that he finished it so promptly is itself a minor miracle. We know Tolkien. And he worked from the French text to the Bible de Jerusalem, but he did learn some basic Hebrew in the process. Now, as a translator, Tolkien made some choices that were slightly unexpected. For one thing, he favored a slightly modernizing approach to the language. In working in the Jerusalem Bible, the general editor, who had a very, very high regard for Tolkien as a prose stylist, greatly admired The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien was asked for advice regarding the translation as a whole. And one of the questions under consideration was whether the translation should use the modern pronoun you or the older forms thee, thou, and ye. Tolkien personally appreciated the older forms, and he was adept in using them, but he was in favor of using you in the Bible translation. And Jones, the general editor, thanked him for his support for the you policy. Without it, I should have been most uneasy, having no great confidence in my own decisions. Like you, I regret the passing of thou, etc. It's interesting to note that as Jones was on the fence about whether to use the modern form or the older form, Tolkien probably could have convinced him to stick with thee and thou if he had made a case for it. But he recognized that you was going to make it more readable for the modern audience, and so he supported you, and they went with that. Tolkien's Jonah translation has some striking passages, such as his rendering of Jonah's prayer to God from the belly of the fish. The waters were all about me, even to my throat. The abyss encompassed me. The seaweed was wrapped about my head at the roots of the mountains. I went down into the countries beneath the earth, unto the peoples of the past. Intriguingly, the phrase, the roots of the mountains, appears in The Hobbit, where we are told that Gollum dwells down at the very roots of the mountains. Tolkien used the phrase again repeatedly in The Lord of the Rings to refer to the location of Gollum's home. Now, it's an unusual choice of words, because we usually speak of the foot of a mountain, not its roots. But it was a usage that Tolkien had encountered long before in a novel by one of his favorite authors, William Morris. The very title of Morris's book was The Roots of the Mountains. And Tolkien assimilated this term, like other vocabulary from Morris and other stylistic features, into his Middle-earth writings. And so, when it came time to translate Jonah for the Jerusalem Bible, Tolkien didn't choose the Dawe phrasing, which is the lowest parts of the mountains, and he didn't choose the direct literal translation of the French à la racine des montagnes, at the root singular of the mountains, but rather the plural roots. And so now we can trace a link between The Lord of the Rings and Jonah. Now, Tolkien approached the text of Jonah in much the same way that he would have done any other literary work for translation. But he retained his basic orientation to the text as inspired and authoritative, something that had direct relevance to him as a Christian. He wrote to his grandson, Michael George, after finishing his initial draft, that the whale, it's not really said to be a whale, but a big fish, is quite unimportant. The real point is that God is much more merciful than prophets, is easily moved by penitence, and won't be dictated to, even by high ecclesiastics whom he has himself appointed. And here we can see a theme that resonated throughout Tolkien's whole life and had a prime place in his magnum opus. For Tolkien, mercy and pity were not merely superficial qualities, but they were things that should be part of one's inmost being. And this is a belief that forms a core theme in The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien would have known very well that pity, meaning sympathetic concern for someone who's suffering, has deep roots in Old English, in which it meant even more fundamentally a disposition to mercy or compassion. When Frodo exclaims about Gollum, "What a pity that Bilbo did not stab that vile creature when he had a chance," Gandalf turns this thoughtless use of pity, meaning simply, too bad, into a profound reminder of the workings of providence. It was pity that stayed his hand, pity and mercy, not to strike without need. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil and escaped in the end, because he began his ownership of the ring so, with pity. Tolkien was a man who endured much sorrow, and he recognized that there are some wounds that cannot be healed in this life. I've always felt that one of the most moving lines in The Lord of the Rings is at the very end, They've concluded the quest of the ring, they've come home, they've successfully scoured the Shire, they've kicked out Sharky, they've rebuilt, they've planted the gardens again. Everything seems to be just beautiful, but Frodo explains that he can't stay. He's been wounded too deeply. He has to go on now to the Grey Havens, and he can't live out his life in the restored Shire as he had hoped. And he says, I have been too deeply hurt, Sam. I tried to save the Shire, and it has been saved, but not for me. And not for me. That line gets me every time. Many of Tolkien's contemporaries abandoned their faith in the darkness of the Great War, but Tolkien didn't. He persevered. It wasn't easy, though. After the war, he went through a barren stretch for some years, in which he later recalled, I almost ceased to practice my religion. His faith was ultimately renewed and made stronger, but it was hard-won. And this hard-won faith meant that Tolkien could make a convincing picture of beauty being more lasting than sorrow. That despite all the suffering that we may endure in our lives, there is a happy ending, not just in stories, but in reality. In his great essay on fairy stories, Tolkien says this of the happy ending. It does not deny the existence of discatastrophe, of sorrow and failure. The possibility of these is necessary to the joy of deliverance. It denies, in the face of much evidence, if you will, universal final defeat, and insofar is evangelium, giving a fleeting glimpse of joy, joy beyond the walls of the world, poignant as grief. Beauty, humor, humility, suffering, hope, mercy, pity, these were all woven together in Tolkien's spirituality. And I believe that these aspects of his faith form part of the foundations of Middle-earth, in which deep soil all the stories of his legendarium are rooted. Thank you.
Amazing. That was awesome. And I haven't quite finished it yet, but Dr. Ordway's book is brilliant and accessible. We've got lots of copies back there if you want to get one to delve deeper. Because I have the microphone, I'm going to ask you things first before, while everybody kind of thinks about and percolates their own questions. The first one, and this comes from a little detail in the book, because we have a lot of young men here, young guys, can you comment on the club that he had that was kind of committed to virtue and purity? Can you comment on that club?
This is a great question to start out with. So we all know, if we're here at this conference, we all know the Inklings, right? Yes, yes, okay. That's the famous club, but that wasn't the first kind of important group that he had. When he was a teenager at his school, King Edward's School, he formed a club with some of his fellow boys, it was a boys' school, called the TCBS, or Tea Cake Barovian Society. And the reason it was called that peculiar name is that they used to gather for snacks. And Barovian store was a place where they could get the snacks. So tea cakes at Barovians, so Tea Cake Barovian Society, or the TCBS, snacks are good. And this group, they started out kind of fun and playfully, but they had a serious purpose, because even as teenage boys, they really said to themselves, we want to reform our culture. We want to reform England to have greater moral purity. And they set out to live their lives that way and to write stories and poems that would help to present this vision of purity, of chastity, of virtue to the world. And it was interesting because even at that age, it was an ecumenical group. Tolkien was the only Catholic amongst them. They were various Anglicans, a Methodist, but they shared that common love of Jesus Christ and the recognition of the need for virtue, which we heard about first thing this morning. It mattered to them, and they also realized this is something that we need to band together for this. We can't just go it alone. We need friendship, we need fellowship, we're going to do it together. And it was of these friends primarily that Tolkien was speaking when he said, all but one of my closest friends were killed in the war. So out of the of his 3 closest friends in the TCBS, 2 of them were killed in the war. But that didn't stop him. He felt that he needed to carry on this mission that he felt had been given to him. So even at that young age, he was starting to do this.
And that idea of virtue that we see in the Lord of the Rings later in his life was from seeds of virtue even in his young years, which is beautiful. Okay, my second question, then I'll open it up. You talked about humor and humility from St. Philip Neri, but I wonder, because the Hobbits are also famous, as you mentioned, for hospitality. Can you comment on the Oratorian experience and Tolkien's family experience of hospitality?
Right. The Oratorians are really hugely significant in Tolkien's life, and that was something that I think is one of the discoveries I made in doing my research for this book. I mean, I knew about the Oratorians, but to realize how important they were, and so shaping his whole worldview. So Mabel, as I said, Mabel became a Catholic in 1900, and immediately her family just drops her, pressuring her, cuts off financial support. She's a single mother. She's really in a tough spot, sticking to her faith, though. And so she ends up bringing her little family to the parish of the Oratorians. Now, this is a really interesting choice, because I actually went in and researched what were the options for her for different parishes in the Birmingham area, or Birmingham area. And she was present at several different parishes before she settled on the Oratory. Was it that she was going for the most beautiful church? Now, if you see the Birmingham Oratory today, gorgeous. It's this great basilica-type building. But that wasn't why, because when Mabel brought her boys there, that building hadn't been constructed yet. When she went there, it was a disused factory with a second-hand roof. Cramped, ugly, shabby, not very nice. She could have gone to St. Chad's Cathedral, beautiful Gothic, architecture. But she went to this sort of cramped and dingy Oratory parish. Why? Well, one of the reasons was that they understood the convert experience, so they were able to welcome them in. Almost all Oratorian fathers were themselves converts from Protestantism. So they got it. They understood how to welcome her in, because, as a convert, so many things were new to her. Forms of devotion, everything was different. And she's a little bit lost at sea in just an ordinary Catholic parish. So they knew how to welcome them in, that sort of spiritual hospitality. And the Oratorians also had a special kind of heart for convert women, because at that time, very biased against Catholics. And it was very common for, say, grandparents or uncles and aunts to actually make a court case to take away custody of the children so they could be brought up Protestant. And so Mabel's boys were at risk of being taken from her by the courts and given to the grandparents, the uncles and aunts. And this might have happened, So her choice to go to the Oratory was very savvy, because they had experience in protecting women from that, in helping them, and the very fact that she chose Father Francis to be the legal guardian and executor of her will. He wasn't just sort of adopted them in an informal way. He was formally and legally the boy's guardian. And this, again, is part of that hospitality of making sure that they had a home at the Oratory. And the boys were welcomed in, not just Father Francis, but the other priests. They taught them how to fly kites, and do artwork. It was very welcoming, yeah.
And did that, what you read or what you looked into for Edith and J.R.R. and his immediate family, what kind of hospitality did they live as a family? Did you see that?
I don't know if I have an immediate answer to that question.
Okay.
So,
as far as hosting people or anything like that?
They had friends. I don't think they did a lot of that, because
Okay.
they actually were not very well off for most of their life. So they didn't have a house they could really have lots of people in. But yeah.
All right, let's open it up.
Yes.
Who's first?
Lots of questions.
Okay, we got one on the live stream. Okay.
Hi, this is coming from the Seminary of Christ the King. Do you know what Tolkien's reaction to the Second Vatican Council was?
That is an amazing question. And yes, I know quite a lot about that. And I actually have 2 chapters in Tolkien's Faith about this. So I will attempt to give a concise answer. We can maybe come back to it later if we want to. Many people assume that Tolkien did not like the Second Vatican Council. And it's pretty well known that he didn't like the changes in the liturgy. I think that's a common thing. That has been misunderstood for lack of adequate context. And I went and got the actual context. It's much more interesting than you might think. So we want to sort of separate out a couple of key points. There's the changes in the liturgy, and then there's the other aspects of the Second Vatican Council. Change in the liturgy. Now, within the change in the liturgy, there's the Novus Ordo, but then there's just the question of Latin, not the same thing. Tolkien was grieved, saddened, distraught at the shift from Latin to English because he loved Latin in a way that no one, we can't even understand it now. He understood Latin. He was a linguist. He could speak and write in Latin. He knew it better than the priests who were saying Mass. He loved the language, and so it was really personally very difficult for him to see that beautiful language that he loved as a language disappear from his worship. It didn't help that when they shifted over to English, the translations that they used were pretty rubbish. And this was pretty widely accepted that they were not very good translations. And here he is, one of the greatest prose stylists of the 20th century, aware of how bad the translation is, just, this is terrible. But we know, it's actually possible to know that his complaint was with the translation and not with the shift of the structure of liturgy, because I went and tracked the timeline. When did he make these comments about the liturgy and what was going on in the liturgy at that time? And his comments all, for the most part, come during a time in which this liturgy itself was still what we would today call the traditional Latin Mass. It had simply been put over into English, first partially and then completely. It was not until the last couple of years of Tolkien's life that he experienced the Novus Ordo. So when he is complaining about the liturgy, he's actually still experiencing what we would call the traditional Latin Mass, or the extraordinary form, but in English. So we can know with a high level of confidence that what's bothering him is the translation and the loss of the Latin, not the change in the liturgy itself. And it turns out that, in fact, he was in favor of making changes to the liturgy as needed. Before the translations happened, in the 1950s, Holy Week, the liturgies of Holy Week were dramatically revised to what we now experience today. They were very different in Tolkien's youth. For instance, the timings were all different, and the Easter Vigil was held on Saturday morning. Like, seriously, it was on Saturday morning, which is odd. And so one of the things that the Holy Week changes did was to move the vigil to the evening, made various other changes. Still in Latin, but doing some significant alterations in the liturgy of even the Latin. Yves Lenoir, the author Brideshead Revisited, just lost his mind with how much he hated these changes, publicly, going off about them. Tolkien said, and I found a letter that said this, he said that he found that the changes, he was personally rather sad at the loss of the familiar liturgies, but that he approved in principle of the reforms because, this is his own words, they were more suitable for the lives of modern Christians. And I think that is really important because we have Tolkien recognizing, I myself liked them as they were familiar and I liked them, but the changes are necessary so that more people can engage and it's more suitable for their schedules. And that's really, I think, important. Later on, and we were talking about this last night at dinner, then the Novus Ordo comes into effect. He's not thrilled with it. He, for instance, thought that there were too few genuflections, and he was regretted that they dropped so many of them. He thought this was a good thing to have, the genuflections. But he attended the Novus Ordo Mass, and at this point, he's an elderly man, and he could easily have just asked for communion to be brought to him. But instead, he took a taxi every Sunday out to a parish that he'd known when he was retired with Edith. And in the pictures, you can look in the photo gallery of Tolkien's Faith. It's a church that he donated a lot of money to help build. They list him as a benefactor of the parish. And it's a pretty boring modern church. It's nothing impressive. You wouldn't think Tolkien. If you looked at it, you'd be like, this is 1960s-ish kind of building. But he went there every Sunday to the Novus Ordo Mass in this very ordinary suburban parish. So that says something. But this is the thing we're talking about at dinner. Even before that, during his retirement with Edith, before that church was built, he went to the Church of Corpus Christi in Headington, and he was a lector at Mass. In the Novus Ordo, he was a lector. Sorry, this wasn't Novus Ordo. In the English liturgy, he was a lector, and this was only possible because of the changes in the way that the liturgy was approached coming out of the Second Vatican Council. So he's now participating in the liturgy in a way that was not allowed in the pre-Vatican II era. He didn't have to do this. He chose to participate actively as a lector, which means he had evidently come to terms with it. He's not just grudgingly tolerating it, he's doing his bit. And so we see that Tolkien is exhibiting an obedience to the church and a readiness to say, okay, this isn't my preference, but I can see that this is beneficial to people as a whole. He still had his criticisms, so might we all. But he was an obedient son of the church. So that's a long answer about the liturgy, but I've said that because there's a lot of kind of myths floating around there about how he viewed this. It's important to kind of clarify that a bit. With regard to the Second Vatican Council overall, I'll be more brief. It's really interesting to note he was very much in line with the things that the Second Vatican Council made official teaching. So for instance, he was always very against anti-Semitism. I mean, he was having no part of that. And so the affirmations in the Second Vatican Council, sort of scotching anti-Semitism in the church, Tolkien's on board. And ecumenism. The decree on ecumenism was something that Tolkien had really been living out his entire life. It's easy to take that for granted, but it was not that common when he was growing up for a Catholic to mingle so readily and so actively. I mean, he went to his friends' funerals, even if they were Anglicans. We might take that for granted. It was permitted, but not common in those days. He had a mass said for the repose of the soul of C.S. Lewis and of Charles Williams. He's living out a kind of ecumenical vision decades before the Second Vatican Council articulates it. So I honestly think that when he read the Decree on Ecumenism, he must have just felt affirmed, like, yes, this is the vision of the church. I could say more on that, but I won't. It's in my book, and I saw enough on this question. I know there are other ones, but what a good question. Thank you. Over here, I saw a question.
Sorry, I have the mic. Thank you. Beautiful teachings. Two questions. The first one's quick. The second one might not be. You explained some of the opinions of Tolkien regarding Scripture, and you mentioned Luke's Gospel about the use of women, and John's Gospel. I didn't catch that. What was it about John's Gospel that was?
Well, we like lots of things about it, but the literary power of it, he appreciated as literature as well as being, the Word of God.
I think there's a connection to the eagles in the stories and John the eagle. Mm-hmm.
I do. Is that your question?
That was one question. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Well, yes. So, I mean, one of the things I think with Tolkien's creative imagination, we must resist the allegorizing impulse because it's not that there's like a one-to-one sort of, we don't see the events of the gospel play out, but we have these images and these themes that kind of bubble up, and if you don't know what they represent, you don't need to. But if you do, if you have eyes to see, you see it. And I think it's really significant that, St. John's Gospel, it was something he felt a personal connection to. He would have heard the last Gospel in the extraordinary form, the prologue to John's Gospel. He would have heard that at the end of every Mass throughout almost his entire life. He considered St. John the Evangelist to be a personal patron saint. Really, he has this connection. And so St. John's symbol is the eagle. And yeah, look at how the eagles, whenever the eagles show up, a happy ending is in sight. The eagles are coming, the eagles are coming, catastrophe is coming. So the eagles are bringing the happy ending. And I just think, he could have picked other birds, but he chose eagles. Yeah, I think that was deliberate.
I love that. Thank you. And then if you would just elaborate for a moment on the crisis of faith you mentioned he had after coming back from the war and how he overcame that.
Yeah, and that's something I think it's really worth elaborating on, because I think it's easy to see Tolkien just as, wow, what a great Catholic. And he was. But that didn't exclude struggle and difficulty. He never lost his faith. He always had that belief in God. He had that, the faith as a Catholic, but he didn't always live up to it. So for instance, during his first year at college, he kind of fell out of the practice of going to Mass. He wasn't very, consistent with his prayer life, and he recognized that was a fault. And he later, it was actually his love for Edith that helped him kind of pull up his socks and start going to Mass again. But he had a kind of a rough start his first year at college. And then got himself together. And it's interesting because his TCBS friends, although they were not Catholics, were actually helping him to be accountable. They're like, come on, let's not get off track here. So this is a good thing that they had that friendship. And then after the war, he had sustained his faith through the war. He kept his prayer life going. He was solid. And then after the war, he seems to have had a slump. Now, we don't know as much about this as I wish we did, but he does say, and he gives actually the locations from Leeds to 22 Northmore Road in Oxford, and by looking at the dates of those places, it's at least, at the minimum, 2 or 3 years, probably at least 5 or 6, could be up to 10 years, depending on exactly how he's pegging it. But there's a stretch of, I would say, at least 5 years in which he says, I almost ceased to practice my religion. What does he mean by almost ceased? Now, the almost is important because he's being very sober and precise. So he never completely stopped, but he almost did. So I suspect, this is my interpretation, he probably didn't always make it to Mass. He probably didn't go to confession as often as he felt he should. Probably not going to confession meant that he didn't go to Mass, and it became this sort of loop. Tolkien could be very scrupulous. That was part of one of his spiritual struggles. And he talks about sloth as a spiritual vice in a way that I think resonates with what was going on there. It's kind of apathy, this disinclination to do the spiritually good thing. I think that's what he was wrestling with during that stretch. Because he talks about his great love in his beautiful letter to his son Michael. He talks about his great love for Christ and the Blessed Sacrament and how he never lost that, but he said for a stretch he failed to live up to it. That he felt the call of Christ from the tabernacle and didn't do anything about it. And that's that sort of sloth, that hesitance to do the spiritual good. So he's in this kind of sluggish stretch. It's probably a contributing factor is that Edith, he'd married Edith, she had become a Catholic. She didn't have to become a Catholic for them to get married. And I researched this really in depth. It would have been possible for them to have a valid marriage even if she didn't become a Catholic. So she chose to become one. But she didn't have a very good preparation, and it was a bit rushed because Tolkien, zealous, good intentions, but he kind of bullied her a little bit into kind of, come on. She wanted to take more time. She wanted to go a little bit slower. She was all set to become a Catholic, but he's like, come on, like now. And so she rushed it, and I think it had some bad effects on her spiritual life. So by the time they get to Leeds, after the war, they now have a family. She has gone into a stage of actually resenting the Catholic Church. She's not going to Mass. She's actually angry with Tolkien for taking the kids to Mass, so there's family conflict. It's just difficult. Now, I will say, Edith never became as devout as her husband. I don't know why it keeps doing that. But she does end up easing back into her faith, and the family harmony is restored. And ultimately, when she dies, many years later, she has a funeral mass and a requiem, and she's buried as a Catholic. So she did return back into her Catholic faith, eventually. But it's a time of great tension, and I think that probably contributed to that slump as well. How did he get out of it? Well, he would himself say that, this is part of the working of Providence and the Holy Spirit. But looking at the circumstance of his life, his son Christopher was born, and he says that was a particular joy to him at that time. Then his daughter, their youngest child, was born, and they'd always been wishing for a daughter. And I think that having finally the daughter that they had been longing for probably helped, again, bring that sort of family joy into place. They moved to Oxford, and he takes up his job there. And in Oxford, in Leeds, Leeds had a very small Catholic population and not a very strong Catholic community. Oxford had a much stronger Catholic community, and immediately he starts making connections there. Older Catholics kind of taking him under their wing, introducing him to other Catholics. He becomes much more involved in Catholic community. This is going to be helping him. And then he becomes friends with C.S. Lewis, who at that time is an atheist, but one who wants to talk about religious matters. And I think that friendship with Lewis, iron sharpening iron, he's having these conversations. He believes, Tolkien believes, even if he's maybe not practicing as much as he should. So he has to explain, Lewis, well, Tollers, why do you believe that? And he has to explain it, and in the process ends up strengthening his own faith. So I think these are all factors that help bring that rejuvenation of his faith. Yeah, let's, oh yeah, that's fine.
Test, okay, so we'll just get you to hold on.
Yeah, and this is fine for Q&A now that I don't have a text to do with. Okay. Well, actually, this young man had a question first here.
Brian's got the mic.
Oh, he's got the mic though, but he's next then after that.
Your remarks about his devotion to Our Lady sort of open up to me this, what I think is his most explicitly Christian connection in The Lord of the Rings. And that is in the field of Cormallen, Gandalf saying to Sam, "But in Gondor, the new year will always now begin upon the 25th of March, when Sauron fell, and when you were brought out of the fire to the king. He has tended you, and now he awaits you. You shall eat and drink with him when you are ready. When you are ready, I will lead you to him." The 25th of March, the Feast of the Annunciation, most years, it wasn't this year because it fell on the Holy Week, but, and remembering that up until 1757, it was the beginning of the English legal year, the beginning of redemption. Thank you.
Right, so yes, March 25th, the Annunciation, and traditionally, the Annunciation and the date of the crucifixion. So very resonant Catholic date, and it's the date in which the ring is destroyed. And this is significant. So, and we also might note that the fellowship leaves Rivendell on December 25th. Now this is interesting because Tolkien actually says in an interview that December 25th happened by accident, that he had just been mapping out the chronology, and it turns out that that's just when they left. And he decides okay, I'll leave it in. And he says, well, it's not a Christian myth, it's not a Christian story, so I'll leave it in. And this is one of those interesting remarks because Tolkien was so keen to avoid oversimplistic allegorizing of his works, that he could very definitively squelch anything that might lead in that direction, while the more subtle, nuanced version is still there. So it's, the Lord of the Rings is not a Christian myth in one sense. That's absolutely true, because for the characters, they are set, Tolkien has set his story in a pre-Christian world. The incarnation has not happened yet. So therefore, for the characters, December 25th has no special meaning. It can't possibly. However, he's also well aware that for the reader, they're going to catch that resonance. So the fact that he chose to leave it in his revision, means like, yeah, he sees that. And then, of course, he chooses deliberately March 25th as the date of the destruction of the ring. And he had wiggle room. He could have fudged it to be other dates. And this is very much the way he operates. You know, if you don't know the significance of March 25th, nothing in your response to the story has changed. It's, you know, hurrah, it's in the wider culture, it's now Tolkien reading day, the day the ring was destroyed. But how sort of cleverly under the radar it is that Tolkien worked, because all these secular people having celebratory gatherings on Tolkien reading day, the destruction of the ring, which is also the date of the Annunciation, so they're celebrating properly, even if they're not quite sure why they're celebrating. And we who know can appreciate that. That's very much Tolkien's way of having those under-the-radar resonances. Yeah, good, yes.
Hi, I was just wondering, so the light that Galadriel gives to Frodo, do you think that that would represent like Mary as the help of the afflicted and Evening Star, like light in the darkness, to like helping Tolkien himself like reconvert?
That's a good question. I would say that moves to too overt allegorizing reading. Galadriel doesn't represent anybody. So she's not a Mary figure. She has Marian elements in her character, one of those being the way that she does provide help. So her Marian role as a helper is sort of present in her interactions with Frodo, but she doesn't represent Mary. And so we must, and certainly I don't think she represents anything sort of direct or biographical. Because you remember that, you know, Tolkien's been working as legendarium for his entire adult life, and there's a whole history of Galadriel in, you know, the War of the Rings and all that. And one of the, I think, helpful ways to think about the way that he uses images of Mary or Christ in Lord of the Rings is to recognize there are multiple Marian figures and multiple Christ figures. So we have, for Christ, we have Aragorn, Christ the King, Frodo and Sam, Christ the suffering servant, Gandalf, the resurrected Christ. They're all images of Christ in different modes and like thematically. Same with Mary. So we have Galadriel, who is a Marian sort of helper figure, but Arwen has a Marian element. And Éowyn has a Marian element, because Éowyn, I'm sort of prefiguring a little bit what you might say, Emily. You know, Tolkien's well aware of, you know, the imagery of Mary as the one who crushes the serpent, and also the imagery. I was talking about this with Emily 2 days ago. You know, the imagery, the Old Testament imagery of Judith, who cuts off the head of the enemy king and brings it back to her people in a bag. Jael, who puts a tent peg through the head of the enemy. These are some pretty fearsome women who are prefiguring, you know, Mary. And these are images that Tolkien's very familiar with. And so his image of Éowyn, who cuts off the head of the fell beast, like Judith, she's an image of Mary in the sort of more warrior aspect. But there's loads of the rest of Éowyn that is not Marian at all, same with Galadriel. So I think if we recognize them kind of as angles or aspects, this helps us see the Catholic element, but keep it in the proper proportion. Yeah, thank you. Good, maybe this side of the room needs to get some love. Oh, one over here, okay, yes, and then we'll go over there.
So just wondering how the liturgy, as Tolkien knew it, influenced him in The Lord of the Rings.
How did the liturgy influence him in The Lord of the Rings? I would say very little. because the liturgy is what he experiences in worship. But by the time he's writing The Lord of the Rings, this is a story that he's telling. And we should remember, and this is a whole nother lecture, which I won't give, don't panic. There are all these Catholic elements in The Lord of the Rings, but as he said, they were unconscious in the writing. They come out because you had a great phrase, Doug, at a molecular level. He was Catholic at a molecular level. He was so deeply Catholic, these things are coming out. But when he set out to write The Lord of the Rings, what prompted him to write The Lord of the Rings? His publisher asked for a sequel to The Hobbit. So ordinary. This is the writer's life. There was no transcendent, I feel called by God to write this beautiful Catholic book. It was his publisher saying, hey, we sold a lot of copies of The Hobbit. Please would you write a sequel? And him thinking, golly, I got bills to pay, yeah. And then because he is a great artist, he sets out to tell a story. He wants to tell a good story. He sets to tell an adventure story. It grows in the telling. It becomes this epic work. And then he recognizes the Catholic elements and then shapes and hones them so it becomes fundamentally religious and Catholic, but implicitly so and out of sort of very practical beginnings. So I think we are unlikely to find any really direct connections between his lived experience and his fictional world, just because there's been so much happening in his creative imagination before it gets there. And that's partly why he's such a great writer, because everything comes in and then it's digested and we don't, and then we have this resulting work. Yeah. Over here.
I had a question. I'm curious if you've ever come across this in your research, because I've read this and I've always suspected, maybe it's not true, maybe it's one of those apocryphal stories, but I read that further to the liturgy, that up until his death, even as a sort of elderly man, he always refused to answer in English, and he always answered during Mass in Latin, and even sung hymns in Latin. Can you confirm or deny?
Yes. That is, and I'm very glad you brought that up, because that story makes the rounds, and it seems to grow in the telling. I'd never heard the hymns bit before. That's a new one. Let's squelch it. Let's cut off its head. Okay, and actually this is really interesting, because that story, which I had heard, was one of the things that prompted me to do my deep dive into the chronology of the liturgy and to establish what I told you already about what he's responding to. Because I attend in England, when I'm there, I usually go once a week to an extraordinary form Mass, actually at St. Greg's, the parish that Tolkien worshipped at. And it occurred to me one day that the extraordinary form being so different structurally from the Novus Ordo, that it was not possible that he could respond in Latin if it's to the Novus Ordo, because the responses are in different places at different times. So I'm like, what's the timeline on this? And so I went back and I looked. This story comes from two instances of him going to Mass with his grandchildren. One account from his granddaughter Joanna, and one from his grandson Simon. Simon's the one that gives the more detailed account. And Simon had gone to Mass with his grandfather when Simon was about, say, 8 years old. This is during the time when it's not the Novus Ordo yet, it's the traditional liturgy has been put into English. And Simon recalls that his grandfather would give the responses in Latin rather than English. This is possible because it's the identical liturgy and responses that Tolkien has been giving his entire life. He gives them like that, and so he's just automatically giving them in Latin. And Joanna, at the same time, she's a little bit older, but it's the same time frame, she accounts an instance of having this experience with her grandfather. It's only possible because it's embedded in his psyche. This is what you say when you hear that. He gives the response in Latin because he knew it. Now, there's a couple things here. Why was he doing that? One is, I think, just sort of habit. Two, he was possibly being a little bit curmudgeonly, but only a little bit. And Simon recalled it because he said his grandfather gave the responses loudly. And I think that was because Tolkien was becoming a bit deaf at that point. And when you start to go deaf, you don't have a good control over your own volume. I don't think Tolkien knew what his volume was. And we have to remember, 8-year-old Simon, he's just embarrassed that his grandpa is being a little bit different from everybody else in the pews. So to him, it must have sounded like max volume. And it was, I think, not that big of a deal. So what I think we have is some instances of Tolkien out of habit, a little bit out of curmudgeonliness, giving the correct response, but in the earlier language. And this is just memorable to his grandchildren because it's different from other people. But against that, we have the fact that Tolkien, goes to Novus Ordo Mass, becomes a lector, becomes a normal part of it. There are no other accounts of this other than from those two from his grandchildren. So I think that this was a fairly isolated circumstance right around the time of the change of the language. Among other things, because Tolkien had such a great reverence for the liturgy and for the sacraments, that to be disruptive would be to be disrespectful. I just can't see Tolkien disrespecting our Lord in the liturgy of the Mass by being overtly, protesting. So I think that those instances are him, forgetful, habitual, a little curmudgeonly, just a couple of times. Grandchildren remembered it, passed into meme land, and has been exaggerated ever since. Yeah.
That's great. Anybody over here? Okay, Ben.
Got to show some love to the side of the room. Yes, there we go.
Would you say that there's anything that you've learned about Tolkien's faith that has significantly influenced your faith, either in your conversion or, and maybe if there's multiple things, you can just draw from one that's inspired you in your current faith life and or in your conversion?
Yeah, so I think, in becoming a Catholic, I think I was influenced by Tolkien, sort of indirectly, in just knowing that he was a Catholic. Like one of my favorite author of all time is a Catholic. It wasn't a direct influence, but I think it was an unstated influence in there. When I became a Catholic, English Catholicism has been profoundly influential for me, because I spent a lot of time in England, and English Catholic culture was really formative for me, and continues to be an important part of my spiritual life. So the very first Catholic Mass I sort of knowingly went to, I think I went to one accidentally years before, the first Catholic Mass I went to knowledgeably was actually at St. Greg's. And the second one was at St. Aloysius, so getting the experience of worshiping in these places. And the oratory and spirituality has been very influential in me personally, and that, in a way, led me deeper into my research for Tolkien's faith. Now, I had learned in writing my previous Tolkien book, Tolkien's Modern Reading, that book took 10 years to write, and I looked at, amongst other things, every extant interview that I can find, and I think I found them all, pretty close anyway, of Tolkien, his friends, his family, his colleagues, his students, anybody who said hello to him on the street. If they had a newspaper article, I read it, and it was there I started learning more, like, oh, he talks about his faith a lot. So that was already kind of percolating. I knew his Oratorian connection, but it's, Birmingham Oratory, just a church, right? But when I'm in Oxford, and all the time I've been a Catholic, I go to the Oratory often for Mass and for confession. Now, the Oxford Oratory wasn't the Oratory when Tolkien was there. It was not founded until 1990, but it was brought by the Birmingham Oratorians. It's very much directly the mission off of the Birmingham Oratory. So it's getting the same experience, in the English character of the Oratory, and specifically Newman's Oratory, because the Brompton Oratory has a very different flavor than Birmingham or Oxford. So I remember one day I'd gone to confession and Mass at the Oxford Oratory, and I walked out. I'm like, that was lovely. Oratory and spirituality. It's so Tolkienian. And then I started to double take, like, wait, that timeline's reversed. And that was a real aha moment. This was 5 or 6 years before I started writing this book. And I realized Tolkien's spirituality is deeply oratorian. I did not know anybody, had never read any scholarship that had touched on that. And I think it's because there are so few Catholic Tolkien scholars and so few Tolkien scholars who know Catholic Oxford. How would you make that connection? I made the connection by actually worshiping at the Oxford Oratory, in the very place that the kind of culture that Tolkien experienced growing up in the oratory. So that's a very personal and deep connection that I have that kind of led me into writing this book. Kind of like I've had access to this, it's a privilege, I want to share. And then in the writing of the book, one of the things that I ended up developing was a much deeper devotion to St. Philip Neri. So I had admiration, or sort of recognition of him before then, but by the time I finished writing Tolkien's Faith, I personally had a great personal devotion to St. Philip, and that came out of this. So it has really had an effect on my spiritual life.
Awesome. So I have 2 questions, I guess, of the same vein. The first one would be, and this one might need to be fact-checked as well. I heard that there was a group sort of arguing for the canonization of Tolkien. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that and how that's progressing or not progressing.
Yeah, so there is no cause. There are some people who would like there to be a cause. So there's like a Facebook group for the canonization. I'm a member of that group. So there are people who would like there to be a cause for canonization. And now this is a very interesting question. I'm going to give you a nuanced answer. So there are 2 parts to this answer. So is Tolkien a saint in our Catholic understanding? Is he enjoying the presence of God in heaven? I personally think that he is. I feel that he is. And I also think, after having written this book, that he really showed a life of heroic virtue in a very ordinary domestic sense. So do I think that Tolkien merits being raised to the altars at some point? Yes. Do I think that a cause for a canonization is a good idea now? No. And the reason I say that is because, for a couple of reasons. One is that in talking with people who are in favor of the cause for canonization, many of them actually do have a sincere devotion to Tolkien as an intercessor. A lot of them, though, just really love Tolkien, and it's like they want to vote him up. Like, he's our guy. It's like the major fan badge. And they don't actually pray for his intercession, they just think he should be a saint. And I think the key tip-off for this is I've seen well-intentioned prayers for his canonization in Elvish. But Tolkien himself never prayed in his Elvish languages. So he wrote out prayers into translations in Elvish as part of his exploratory work. He was very concerned that his languages have theologically sound concepts of God and whatnot. He never prayed in Elvish. And so if you're going to do a prayer card for Tolkien in any language other than English, what language should you choose? Latin. Yeah, exactly. So to me, it's like, yeah, okay, that's a tip-off that we're not quite on the right wavelength for that. But the other fact, even if we grant that people kind of get on the right wavelength, I actually think that right now, Tolkien is so popular with people who are not Christians. People who are really anti-Catholic still love Tolkien. And that's a beautiful thing. And we should welcome that and encourage that. And these folks are often very skittish about even talk about Tolkien as a Catholic. And that's something I wrote this book deliberately to be accessible and inviting to those people too. I don't use any language of we. I say this is what Tolkien believed. I never say this is what we believe. No. There's a glossary in the back. Because how should a Baptist or an atheist know which are not the same thing, mind you, Protestants, different set of questions. But how should they know what adoration is? Like, how should they know, right? So to this glossary. Anyway, a lot of these folks are honestly terrified that their favorite author is really a bigot. And so they don't want to know because they want to keep on loving their guy. And the good news is, like, he's not a bigot. Really, he's not. He's not. You can breathe easy. You can learn about his faith and still love him and still not be a Christian. I was very pleased that one of the first blurb on the back by John Garth. John Garth is not a Christian. He's really the top Tolkien scholar in the world, and he's an atheist. But he's a really good guy. He believes in the truth and telling the truth, and this is a useful book, right? I want to be accessible to that kind of person, and I think we should want Tolkien to be accessible to that kind of person. If we make him a saint, as they will think of it, they're going to think, first of all, that we're claiming him as our guy. You can't have him, he's ours. And they're also going to think incorrectly, but they will think it, that we think Tolkien is perfect in every way. Well, he wasn't. Now, he doesn't need to be a saint, but people are going to think that. And they're going to think incorrectly that we worship him. And it's stupid and wrong, but it's a mistake that is out there. They're not to be faulted for thinking that. They're just mistaken. So there's all sorts of reasons why, if there's a cause for canonization, if he is canonized right now in this cultural moment, I think it will actually close off people from having access to Tolkien's work and benefiting by encountering the Catholic faith through him. So I think he's doing more good for the kingdom, not as a saint, than he would be if we canonized him. So that's the long-winded answer to why I think he is a saint, but doesn't need to be recognized as one. But I fully expect that, like, in 200 years, yeah, good.
Awesome,
Another
thank you.
question.
I guess you sort of answered this already, but my second question was going to be about Tolkien's works and just how they fit into evangelization. I don't know if you have anything more to add to that, but you already sort of discussed it.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a great question. I think Tolkien's writings are very implicit in their presentation of the faith. They're deeply Catholic, but they're not overtly. And I think that well-intentioned Christians, and there's a lot of evangelical Christians who love Tolkien and use him for evangelizing, and this can also go wrong. It's possible to distort the books by using them as tools and saying, we're going to make this be about Christianity. And C.S. Lewis wrote a great book called An Experiment in Criticism, which I highly recommend. And he talks about the difference between receiving literature and using literature, and that we should primarily receive it. What is what the author wants to give us, as opposed to we're going to use it to accomplish something. Now, you can use literature to accomplish things if you do it in the right spirit, in the right way. Teachers do that, for instance. We couldn't teach literature if we were forbidden to use it for a cause. But you have to sit lightly to it and gently to it. And I don't think that Tolkien's works lend themselves to direct evangelical use, and that if we try to do that, it usually ends up oversimplifying in a way that puts people off. And I think that most, or at least many, of the books about the Catholic themes in Tolkien's writings are really just written for the in-crowd. Now, they can be very nourishing and helpful if you already believe, but they don't do a bit of good to people who don't already believe. And that's okay. He doesn't have to be useful in that way. So I think we should let Tolkien be Tolkien, and we can use him to sort of invite, in a sort of non-structured way, you, my secular friend, you like Lord of the Rings? Me too. Let's watch the extended editions together and eat popcorn and relax, and we'll chat about it. And that is evangelism, because you are experiencing a story that has Christian themes in it, and maybe those things will come up. Or, oh, you love The Hobbit. Here, why don't you read The Lord of the Rings? I'll lend you my copy. You know, and then you can talk about those themes and the humility of the hobbits or whatnot. And it becomes a natural way for themes to come up without ever saying, hey, have you seen the Christian themes? So if we go the subtle route, I think it's a good thing, but we just need to be subtle. So.
Okay, we've got 2 more questions.
All right. Oh,
One
yes, the
back here.
back of the room here. We got to give some love to the back.
Hi, Dr. Ordway. I believe I've heard you at the Thomistic Institute podcast. I don't know if...
I do lots of podcasts that are
Yeah, okay. So it's a pleasure to hear you again. I really like a lot of the Marian discussion that was happening, and I was really moved with the quote that you brought up of how Tolkien would find beauty in Mary that is both majestic and simplistic. And it's easy to see examples of the majesty of Mary with like the being enthroned in the stars and Undomiel and Vespertina and all that. But I was thinking of examples of Mary's simplicity, and nothing really comes to mind of either Tolkien's work or what I know of his life. So I was wondering if you had any examples of that. If I may quickly add, another way that I was trying to phrase this question was, you mentioned that Lord of the Rings is hobbito-centric, but one thing that stands out is there are very few female Hobbit characters, and so that idea that, you know, we're trying to exalt the humble, as the Magnificat says, we don't really see the feminine side of that. And so how is that, where do you see that in Tolkien's work? Thank you.
This is a great question. And I think the important thing is to recognize Mary is the model disciple for men and for women. So it's not just that Mary's a model for women, she's a model for men as well. And that is something I think that Tolkien saw very clearly. So he sees Mary as a role model, as we should aspire to her character, whether we're men or whether we're women. And so it does not matter that we don't have, you know, female hobbits in the story. Although, you know, Rosie Cotton's pretty tough. I mean, doesn't love that scene at the end when Sam starts talking to her. She's like, "What are you standing around here? Go help Frodo." He's like, "What?" But so it doesn't matter because the hobbits themselves are actually very much embodiments of Mary. The hobbits are very Marian. They are, I think, the most Marian element in the entire book. So the hobbits themselves, they're humble, they're simple, they don't have overt power, they're not great warriors, and yet they are the ones who affect the salvation of Middle-earth. They are so Marian, all of them. Like, so there's not just one, and it doesn't matter that the hobbits who are in the fellowship are male hobbits, because we are all called to be Marian in our character in that way. And so the hobbits are all Marian in that way. And because the central kind of focus of the book is the hobbits, they really stand for every man, for everybody. They're us in the world of Middle-earth. And so therefore, and this kind of gets to that theme of, you know, the evangelistic, you know, we are being shown how to live out this sort of Marian humility through the hobbits. So, you know, whether they're male or female, well, we're human and not hobbits, doesn't matter. We're given this image of humility, the Marian humility through the hobbits. Good. Anyway, last question, I think.
Sorry, this is not going to be like a theological question. This is going to be a little silly, but what is your opinion of the movies?
So I really liked Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films, especially the extended editions. Those are the real deal. Really liked them. We will not speak of the Hobbit films. I, too, only saw the first one, and I thought I would know, just know. But the Lord of the Rings films, I felt, were really well done. Now, they're not perfectly... they don't represent all of Tolkien's vision, and that's okay. You know, it's okay. Adaptations have to adapt. You know, frankly, it was prudent that he left out Tom Bombadil, because how can he even get that in there? I regret that he left out the Scouring of the Shire, but he also had 9 hours of film by that point. You know, there are decisions that Jackson had to make. I think on the whole, I mean, I also disagree with his presentation of Faramir. He doesn't quite get Faramir. But on the whole, I think he really does capture the ethos of Tolkien. And I think we see that in the way that so many people watch the films and then read the books and then find it to be a fruitful engagement. And the one comment I will say about the whole, all the making of films and whatnot, Tolkien had his whole legendarium. He worked in it his whole life. Absolutely close to his heart. He said when Lord of the Rings was published that he was actually quite anxious because it was putting his heart out on a platter. This is the work of his heart. But he also said in a letter that he envisioned giving his mythology to England, giving his mythology to his homeland, and he envisions it as something for I quote, other minds and hands to work in. So Tolkien himself not only allows but desires other people to tell stories in his world of Middle-earth. And he was himself willing to have film adaptations, got cranky when they got certain things wrong, but worked with the script writers, with the filmmakers to do that. So he is in principle approving of adaptations. He didn't have to approve those things. And he's approving of what we would call fan fiction, in his world. So I think it's helpful because we can say, when we assess these things, we have to assess them on, do they do it well or badly? But we can do it knowing that the concept of telling new stories within Tolkien's legendarium and of retelling his stories in different modes, different art forms, this is something that he endorsed and wanted to see. So I find this very encouraging.
Just a quick question from the live stream. Did Tolkien think of himself as a hobbit? Any comment?
Yes, he did. He once in a letter said, "I am indeed a hobbit in all but size." So he very much identified himself with the food-loving, home-loving, comfort-loving hobbits. So yes, he did consider himself to be a hobbit.
And then is there anything that stood out to you personally about Tolkien's devotion to the Blessed Sacrament, to the Eucharist? What stands out in all your knowledge and research of him?
That's a great question. What stood out for me was his very clear focus on the objective reality of the presence of Christ in the Blessed Sacrament, and his recognition that Christ is present in the sacrament regardless of how we feel about it. And one of the most powerful pieces of advice, one of the most powerful letters he ever wrote, was to his son Michael at a time when Michael was undergoing a bit of a slump in his faith. And Tolkien gives him some advice on how to bolster his faith, and it's very counterintuitive advice. He says, go to a badly done mass. Alas, they're all too common, he says. Note, he's writing this letter before Vatican II. He's talking about the traditional Latin Mass, saying, this is all too common. Go to a badly done Mass, one where the priest is vulgar and sloppy and mumbling the liturgy and all that, and where the congregation is slovenly and inattentive and badly behaved teenagers are yawning when the tabernacle's open. We're like thinking, what in earth is this? He says, go there and pray with the congregation, pray for them. Don't be spiritually superior, very much in the spirit of St. Philip, humility. But most of all, the point is that it's not the beauty of the liturgy or the reverence of the congregation that makes Christ present in the sacrament. Christ is present even in the most shabbily done Mass. He's there in the tabernacle. And his advice to Michael is by deliberately, prayerfully, consciously having this experience to call his attention to the real reason why we're all here, because Christ is present. That tabernacle is the house of God. Our Lord is physically present, body, blood, soul, and divinity, right there, independent of all of that. And independent, Tolkien reminds him, of how he feels, whether he feels pious, whether he's aware of the presence of God. Nice if you have it, but here's the reality of it. And by focusing on that, that's going to strengthen his faith. Now, it's a good thing to be respectful at Mass and to have the congregation be respectful. It's a good thing, obviously preferential, to have a reverently done liturgy, but Tolkien's sort of calling attention to let's get right at the center of it. So I think that to me really impressed me as being at the heart of Tolkien's Eucharistic devotion, was a clear understanding of who he was experiencing. That really struck me.
Thank you so much. Let's give Dr. Ordway another round of applause. So the way the afternoon is going to work is we're going to have more informal presentations with some kind of a moderator at the end speaking. So we got 3 of those. Father Anthony's first, then Emily, and then Xavier and I will wrap it up. So we'll get started.
All right, so just share a few words about Father Anthony. He's the chaplain here at Clearwater Academy, and instead of going into all his academic credentials, of which he has many, he's a very smart, but God has worked in his life in a very powerful way to understand fatherhood. And I think that's one of his biggest contributions that I've seen in the very short time that I know him, is that he really is a generous, compassionate, loving father. He was just at the Beloved Daughters Conference at St. Michael's that was held in the city, and it was very well received. And I think one of the reasons why is that just God the Father just shines through him in his love for the people, and he has a deep love for the Catholic Church, and he's done a bunch of cool things in his ministry, like in California, the big Google corporation. Well, he was a chaplain and a minister to the Googlers, they call them, to give them some spiritual nourishment, working in a highly technical field. So we're grateful to have him here. All the legionaries are very educated, and so we look forward to what he has to share with us. And so I'll pass things over, and you can share anything that I missed that you think would be important for them to know, Father.
Thank you, Desmond. Once Gandalf. Just to correct you, I continue to be the chaplain for the Catholic Googlers. And just out of your curiosity, how can a company like Google have Catholic and associated with it? Like most companies, there are resource groups, and so they are Jews at Google, and they're called the Jooglers. There are Christians, and they're called the Google Christian Fellowship. There are Catholics, and they're the Catholic Googlers. And there's an interbelief network. And so basically, when it comes down to it, it's men and women who are very talented, work there, use their gifts, and want to know that they can be of that faith in that workplace. And there is a space to do it, even though it's small. So I give talks, I arrange speakers. We had Bishop Barron come in. We do talks on Lent and Advent, and we have weekly rosaries, Chaplet of Mercy, all that stuff, to help the Catholics be Catholic while still working at Google. And that's part of our charism in Reigning Christi, is to not run from the world that's been poisoned by sin, but to be inserted in the world, to be leaven, to help those who are called to be apostles, to lead with their faith in that world, which is why we have schools. So Clearwater Academy is a prime example of that. So a little background on me, just to segue into who I'm speaking about, The Lord of the Rings, Gandalf, and mentoring. As a little kid, like most little kids, I imagine, I love to be very creative and dream about the superheroes and some superpowers and super world of some sort. When I was 5, I fell in love with Spider-Man, and I drew him over and over and over again, the same picture over and over again. And evidently, according to my family members, I was good at it. And then I started, drawing and collecting comic books with my brother, and I had up to 3,000 comic books. I was avid and organized, and I wanted to be a comic artist or work for Disney. But at 12 or 13 years of age, I fell in love with the Lord and my faith even more, and I realized the saints are the real superheroes, right? And they have real superpowers, right? I just performed a superpower this morning behind that screen. I said some words that Jesus said, and he just came down from heaven, just saying. And yesterday, with some of the secondary students, we wiped away sins all morning long. Look at that, right? So superpowers of the real nature. So that world of creativity, and also God, who is the author and creator of it all, and inserted into our broken world, is obviously a theme I take seriously as a priest and a spiritual father. So when I read Tolkien for the first time, I, of course, love the storyline and the characters who just are exciting to read about. But because I love my faith so much, I loved uncovering these incredible values of faith. And as Doug said, like at a molecular level, he was Catholic. So if you're interested in checking out our Clearwater Academy website, Eowyn and Gandalf, that would be Emily and I, this week we'll film another 10 talk. And the idea for Mother's Day is mother figures. And we were going to highlight Mabel Tolkien, Lily Evans, or J.K. Rowling, and Mother Mary, Our Lady of Fatima, which we're celebrating all those in these days, to try and draw people into the more important, reasons behind motherhood. So that being said, I fell in love with the storyline, and over the years as a priest for now 17 years and 30 years or so, traveling around the world as a missionary working with young people, I've given talks to some extent on these topics, and I appreciate Dr. Ordway nuancing that it's not a Christ figure in these characters, but like Christ elements. And that's always been exciting for me to pull out, because I love the story. And also, having read Tolkien in Spanish when I was in Argentina working, I found this very interesting, that some of the words just had this corollary of things in the faith. The way in English, I didn't see it as easy. So Helm's Deep, El Sagrario, the haven, El Sagrario. Sagrario is used for the sanctuary that we use when we talk about the church, right? And then Aragorn is going to wrestle, right? Wrestle with his future on this very important evening, where he takes the Palantir and he's seeing evil. That's like going to assault him, and he suffers through it, that night of agony. And the message is to walk the paths of the dead and to go and take the oath breakers to be resolved. And it's such a Holy Thursday Garden of Olives experience, right? As an artist myself, I love to draw. My creativity goes wild, right, with all of this. But also, and personality-wise, I'm a very strong J, so I like things ordered. And I would try to do the allegory thing sometimes, and no, it doesn't work. And then I love the quote, the first quote that Doug had, that I actually questioned about the applicability versus allegory, because it explains it better. There's so much space for creativity and finding the applicability of the things that are most important to us, these incredible values that make the heroes heroic, and you get excited about it. So to see a Frodo figure who bears the weight of sin in the ring, to see Sam, who's also one of my favorite characters, who is the loyal, selfless friend who, like Christ, lays down his life for his friend. I can't carry the ring, but I'll carry you, Mr. Frodo, right? And he carries him. Aragorn, who's the symbol of the new man, like Christ, right? Who carries our broken nature to refashion it, like the blade that was broken and reforged for victory. And he wrestles, like I said, with evil through the Palantir, like Christ in the garden, and brings the oath breakers back to peace, right? So Gandalf, I get to speak about Gandalf a little, just for a few minutes. I'll have a few quotes for you, and then we can take some Q&A. I'm not a philologist or a philotolkienist or whatever you want to call it. I just love Tolkien. I love the storyline. I love my faith. I love Jesus, so that's all good. So Gandalf is a fascinating figure as well, and it's just... Mr. Satnish said, "What quote of Gandalf shall I say?" And I said, "Fly, you fools," right? And you really can't use that really anywhere in life, probably. But it's a heroic moment for Gandalf, right? Where he is tested with death and he lays down his life in Mount Moriah. What does that sound like? Does anybody know where Calvary is located? Calvary in Israel, where the Temple Mount was built. It's on a mount called where Isaac was going to be sacrificed by his daddy, Abraham, right? He was going to lay down his life, and then God supplied another way, right? So this Mount Moriah is very significant. Gandalf reemerges after 3 days, and he reminds us of Christ. When he dies, is resurrected and transfigured. So Gandalf the Grey is now Gandalf the White. It's so beautiful. So an author that I have enjoyed reading and listening to, Joseph Pierce. We probably have some of his books back there. Talks a little bit about it. He says, and I'm going to make a quote of his, he says, Gandalf is called a wizard in the story, but he is actually a member of an order of angelic beings called the Istari. Gandalf's magic is a miraculous power which he receives through the secret fire, to which he is a servant. That line that he says, challenging the Balrog, oh, it's just so powerful. I mean, to me, that just gets my heart on fire. It makes me feel like a St. Peter or St. John of the Acts of the Apostles, like, I do not have money, but I have you in the name of Jesus Christ. Did you hear that? Get up and walk. Right? It's just so emphatic. All right? Gandalf is more than a wizard. He is like a prophet or an angel endowed with supernatural grace and therefore supernatural power. We can already see some similarities between Gandalf and Christ, and I won't go into that. So it's a beautiful imagery that we see reflected in Gandalf's figure. I'm just going to have three simple ideas of Gandalf as a mentor who knows the way, a mentor who leads the way, and then a mentor who teaches the way. Raise your hand if you have a mentor. Hopefully you have some mentors, like moms and dads are mentors, right? In the professional world, it's great to have mentors who can show you the way because they know it first, and they could lead you on that way. They walk with you, and they can teach you, instruct you so that your understanding of the way is different. So I thought I would start with this quote of a very significant moment of the storyline. At the Council of Elrond, Frodo's asked to bring out the ring. They put it on the table. Gimli has tried to destroy it, no luck, right? And they have to go to Mount Doom, right? Or is that Mount Prime, something like that, right? Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Mount Doom, and then this question is sort of laid out to the whole council, who will take the ring? And then you hear crickets. Nobody says anything. And then this little tiny voice of Frodo breaks the silence. Exactly. I will take the ring, though I do not know the way. Though I do not know the way. And Gandalf, of course, volunteers to show the way, to lead the party. Aragorn lends his sword and his bravery and his courage to do everything, and including laying down his life to protect Frodo if necessary. So Gandalf will show him the way that he doesn't know. Then we have this quote of Gandalf regarding despair or folly. So this is an interesting way of a mentor, right, who can show a way of something very important in our life. It is not despair, for despair is only for those who see the end beyond all doubt. We do not. It is wisdom to recognize necessity when all other courses have been weighed, though as folly as it may appear to those to cling to false hope. Well, let folly be our cloak, available before the eyes of the enemy. For he is very wise and weighs all things to a nicety in the scales of his malice. But the only measure that he knows is desire for power. And so he judges all hearts. Into his heart the thought will not enter that any will refuse it, that having the ring we may seek to destroy it. If we see this, we shall put him out of reckoning. Interesting. Think about that, the content of that idea of Gandalf who knows the way, even though he's an Istari, like he's someone who can wield a supernatural power because he's been endowed with that. But he has this incredible humility to know the ways of the humble, which is why he's such an affinity with the hobbits. And I can't remember the name of the saint who said this line. I'd like to quote it. I just can't remember the name of the saint. I thought it was St. Vincent de Paul, but anyway, the quote is this: humility is the greatest weapon against the enemy because he has none of it, nor does he know what to do against it. It's a great quote, and it fits the storyline so well, right? And it fits the life of the hobbits, and I really appreciate Dr. Ordway giving me something I never knew or considered was just sort of the imagery of Mary behind hobbits and their way of being the humble ones, the simple ones, but who are the strongest in their simplicity and their humility. When God came to change the world and parted it before and after, he came as a baby. He didn't come as a warrior on a horse like David, right? He came as a baby who cried in a little tiny manger. Last idea about showing the way is the way of mercy that Gandalf shows Frodo. I bet you could probably think of an example, and I'm going to read you one. And this is one of Gandalf's most beautiful moments to mentor Frodo, who's wrestling with the weight of the cross in his life, which is this ring. Frodo, speaking to Gandalf in the Fellowship of the Ring, cannot understand why Bilbo, or the elves for that matter, did not kill Gollum. After all, he deserves death. Gandalf rebukes Frodo's eagerness to judge his fellow creature. The pity Bilbo showed, the grace and mercy operating in it, in the moment when he refused to strike Gollum, may have protected him from the insidious evil of the ring. I think this is a quote from Mark Eddy Smith. So that idea of the way of mercy that Gandalf shows, and Gandalf, you might remember the line too, reminds him, who are you to give life to someone, then who would you be to take life from someone? Remember your place. That is the way of humility. It's a way of mercy. And in the end, it's beautiful, and I'd love to get anyone's opinion on this, maybe for a Q&A. I was rereading and watching the last scene when the eagles save Frodo and Sam, and Gandalf flies in on one of the eagles, Gwahir, right? And there were 3 eagles, but just 2 people to pick up. Was the third for Gollum? Did they think he was salvageable? I don't know. It just occurred to me last night. Okay, second idea. A mentor leads the way, leads by example. I could take forever and won't have time for our questions, so I won't go through all the quotes. But the mission that we have as Christians, that you see in Frodo's life, is so daunting. It's so much bigger than he is. But even though he's small and simple, his littleness is sturdy as a rock, right? He's literally unshakable. And he learns this beautiful example of Gandalf, he learns courage, like that confrontation with the Balrog. It's such an epic moment of the story, particularly because Gandalf has no hesitation. He doesn't consider, this party of people needs me for after as well, so maybe I shouldn't die, right? Maybe I need to be on this journey for longer. He's like, I am the way to get them out of here. I will stall. And he throws himself in front of that bridge, and he lays down his staff, and he challenges with the faith, because literally he cites where his power comes from, the secret fire within him, right? And then he's swallowed by that fire, by the evil of the Balrog, only to be raised 3 days later. That courage, it's like the apex of Gandalf's teaching, of his example. And it's great to think of those people in our lives who show us that type of courage. Because in our low moments and our weak moments, we hesitate. Do you remember how Frodo and Sam, at their weakest moments on their journey, at least Sam was able to do it, and only Frodo at the end when he no longer had the ring, they try and recall those things, like the Shire, the taste of strawberries, the beauty of the trees, right? And in recalling those things that are good and true and beautiful, it restores a strength. As they recalled Gandalf's sacrifice of himself, it gave them a courage for their journey. A couple other virtuous ways in which you see Gandalf leading the way. Humility. Gandalf knows himself. This quote, yes, I, Gandalf the Grey, said the wizard solemnly, there are many powers in the world, for good or for evil. Some are greater than I am. Against some I have not yet been measured, but my time is coming. The Morgul Lord and his Black Riders have come forth. War is preparing. Humility, that virtue of humility, is the honest truth about who we are and how we fit into creation before our Creator. And Gandalf has this clear vision of himself, just like he has a humble vision of these hobbits who are before him, and he knows their strength even though they're small and seemingly insignificant. Likewise, his love for truth and goodness when he is tempted by Saruman to join his side and join forces with Sauron. Oh, what a moment, right? This temptation that's later, even the temptation to take the ring and to wield it for good, knowing that the potential was there, but also the potential for evil. And he knows his place. In this case, the rejection, the temptation to align with Saruman and Sauron. Here's the quote. And listen, Gandalf, my old friend and helper, he said, coming near and speaking now in a softer voice. I said, we, for it may be, if you will join me. A new power is rising. Against it, the old allies and policies will not avail us at all. There is no hope left in elves or dying Numenor. This, then, is one choice before you, before us. We may join with that power. It would be wise, Gandalf. There is hope that way. Ooh. Even presenting a hope and joining with evil. How wrong is that? Its victory is at hand, and there will be rich reward for those that aided it. As the power grows, its proved friends will also grow. And the wise, such as you and I, may with patience come at last to direct its courses, to control it. What are his real motives? To be the ruler himself. This is Gandalf telling the story as he's recounting it later. Saruman, I said, I have heard speeches of this kind before, but only in the mouths of emissaries sent from Mordor to deceive the ignorant. I cannot think that you brought me so far only to weary my ears. What a great line. Okay, I'll end at that point with this, and I'll just give a closing point on teaching the way as a mentor, teaching the way that Gandalf shows us, and how he does that with patience. Right? His whole dedication is of one who protects the residents of Middle-earth. He teaches the hobbits, elves, and men to do the same, right? And he is the quiet one behind the scenes. He's always keeping vigilant over them, and he's never giving up, despite the brokenness and what he sees going on. Okay, so this is a funny moment for those boys and girls who are younger here in the audience. Whenever you have disobeyed mom and dad and you know a punishment is coming your way, never happens, right? This was Pippin's experience of Gandalf after he took the Palantir. And he saw Sauron and potentially endangered the entire mission. What does Gandalf do, right? He knelt by Pippin's body. The hobbit was lying on his back, rigid, with unseeing eyes staring up at the sky. The devilry. What mischief has he done to himself and to all of us? The wizard's face was drawn and haggard. He took Pippin's hand and bent over his face, listening for his breath. Then he laid his hands on his brow. The hobbit shuddered. His eyes closed. He cried out and sat up, staring in bewilderment at all the faces round him. Pale in the moonlight. Gandalf, he cried. Gandalf, forgive me. And then Gandalf later says, look at me, said Gandalf. Pippin looked up straight into his eyes. The wizard held his gaze for a moment in silence. Then his face grew gentler, and the shadow of a smile appeared. He laid his hand softly on Pippin's head. All right, he said, say no more. You have taken no harm. There is no lie in your eyes, as I feared. But he did not speak long with you. A fool, but an honest fool you remain, Pippin. Peregrine took. Isn't that great? So even in a moment where he has to mete out some justice, he's so gentle and humble. So he knows the way, leads the way, and he teaches the way. That's what I wanted to share about Gandalf. Like I said, I'm not a Gandalfologist, but I do have this very interesting copy of The Hobbit in Latin. Let's see if you can recognize any word of this. I just pulled it out earlier just for the heck of it. I think I need my glasses again. Fuit res trepidissima inquit tange et I, sed sane Gandolfibus, Gandolfus, who would that be? Carminibus cum igne et lucibus precipues studuarit. Obitus, that's the hobbits, etiam pyrobolorum characterorum magicorum in connuis pridie medium estatis senis tucis. That must be the tux. Sorry. Isn't that hilarious? Why would you write it in Latin? This is a real Tolkien nerd, and we love it. Okay, Mr. Gandalf, do you want to come up and lead us in our little fireside chat?
Sure, so as my friend Thomas mentioned, there's this afternoon just 3 short fireside chats with a little reflection and a few questions. So I'll ask Father a question, and then if there's 1 or 2 questions from the audience, you're more than welcome. But just curious with some of the reactions with Father reading that. Raise your hand if you have taken a Latin course or are taking Latin right now. I thought so. Are you? Yeah? All right, so, yeah, I noticed some extra big smiles and laughs while he was reading out Gandalf. So one of the things Dr. Ollie mentioned that you touch on is that Tolkien absorbed from his Catholic upbringing the faith, and Gandalf has this unseeming, disproportionate trust in these little people. And I was just thinking of stories of scripture of King David was an unlikely candidate to kind of take the throne of Israel, shepherd boy. And I was just wondering, as a priest, you have the privilege of journeying with people in a very intimate way during different parts of their life. And are there any stories or anything that stands out where you've seen God just placing this disproportionate, this trust in one of your spiritual sons or daughters to take on a big task? What is that?
Definitely. I love that. Lots of different gears are turning in my head from today's conversation. So I'll quote a scripture that sort of struck me this year preaching on it. When we heard the story of David, and you remember Samuel the prophet has been called by God to look for a replacement for Saul, who no longer had his heart aligned with God's heart. He did not obey God's work and God's words, and so Samuel was looking for a replacement, and he goes to find Jesse and Jesse's sons, and they all tremble before the seer, like a Gandalf, right? Prophet. And he says, I'm coming with peace. This is a nice visit. We're going to have a banquet, but I need to see all of your sons should come to present themselves for the banquet. And Samuel is talking to the Lord in the meantime saying, which one is the king? Right? He's like, which one will be that king? And Eliab, this big, robust man, comes by, and Samuel's thinking, surely it's him. The Lord says no. And the next son, and as all the sons seem to pass by, there's no one there the Lord calls to be anointed. And he says, are these all your sons? And Jesse says, yes. But there's still one who's missing, who's totally overlooked, because he's a little guy. He's out with the sheep, even though he can fight lions, tigers, and bears, oh my, because he literally could. But he's still considered a little guy because he's not big enough to go to war, right? And maybe he's smaller, leaner, whatever he is, but he's totally overlooked. And it just makes me think of Gandalf. Why does he see the hobbits the way he does? Because he is a wise man, and wisdom means you can see beyond what the material world reveals. So you can see, like the way Lewis described the baby in the manger, referring to Christ, the most insignificant and humble way of coming into the world, that little baby would redeem all mankind, right? And so I think it's beautiful that Gandalf believes in these hobbits more than he believes in the power of men on horses with, bow and arrow and whatever weapons, because he sees that strength. So for me as a priest, I also have so many opportunities, particularly at this school, where I get to see these little kids from 4 years of age all the way to 18 and how they shine through different gifts they have. Sometimes they surprise me and they surprise themselves, but too many to enumerate.
And is there, you can answer for yourself personally, when did it kind of take root to have a love of literature, whether that's Tolkien or any other author? And or secondly, what are ways that you've seen that different families have inculcated a love of literature in their family or in the school? Either question.
Oh, great questions. I would say for me, since I started reading, because I've always had a vivid imagination, it just developed over time and was fostered. And I think my years of youth growing up, there were less other distractions. I spent most of my day outside playing some sport or another, or some fun with my friends and my brother. And then reading to sort of give more fuel for the fire of what we would talk about and create our own worlds and such. We all like to write. I think what I see happening nowadays is what scares me most is that there's so much time in front of screens on the one hand, but on the other hand, there's another sort of epidemic, and it's called busyness. I mean, even in great families who have great values, we are busy about many things because usually they're good things, but we don't often include in those busy things leisure. And I had to give several talks on leisure, just with people's writing on leisure, and found it really interesting, leisure, the basis of culture, because leisure, properly understood, is like a connection with the creator through your own creativity. And that's where I think literature plays such a huge part, right? Not to mention our vocabulary, our expression, right? Our means of communication, how that changes when we read the right things and just read in general.
I think that's good. Unless there's any questions from the, yep, go ahead. You can just shout it out and I'll repeat it.
My question was, or like more like a comment, when you mentioned that Frodo is very unshakable character, I don't necessarily agree with that because Samwise is the unshakable character, right? Like Frodo was so intimidated when he saw Lady Galadriel that he immediately told her, "If you want the ring, I'll give it to you." And then there's another instance where he keeps on doubting Sam all the time when like Gollum like throws in the crumbs and then he just thinks that Samwise is not a good friend even though he keeps on proving himself. And then at a lot of point he's so close to like using the ring himself. He has used it in many instances and finally at Mountain, if not for Gollum, we do not know what would have happened because he refuses to do it. It's Samwise who just keeps on saying, "No, Mr. Frodo, you have to do this." So that's something where I thought he was very
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Actually, when I was making that comment, I hesitated. Maybe you didn't catch it. So I want to clarify. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, for the live stream as well. So this fine young lady here is commenting on my phrase that I said about Frodo's unshakable strength or courage. And then these are moments in the storyline where you see him shake, and you see Sam pick him up and help him. And then at the end, when he doesn't, he falters and won't destroy the ring, and then Gollum, bites his finger off and then falls over, and that's destruction of the ring. And those are very valid. What I would just suggest is, as a priest, I see this all the time, there are different levels of courage and also different expressions. And what I see in Frodo is he has a heroism and a courage to do what is good because no one else will, that is always there present. But then the world beats you up. And you see those moments, those three that you gave that example, you see him falter. And so, yes, it's fair to say that it wasn't exactly unshakable because he was shaken, right? And what would have happened, right? Had he not had Sam at his side or Gollum to take the ring? We don't know, that's not part of the story. But that's similar to our lives. So I think it's just important to be careful we don't make that beautiful virtue that is heroic that we saw seem impossible for us. Because we have it in us. We have the secret fire, literally, right? And we do have that strength. So I think it's helpful to see that play on the weakness and then the strength. Do you want to follow up? Yeah, so just to respond, one last tidbit there is virtue is a conquest that takes effort and time, and it looks different over time. And I'm going to give you an example from Scripture that you have to take with a grain of salt to understand where it fits. It says in Hebrews, Jesus learned obedience through what he suffered. He was never disobedient, but he learned a new obedience as the cross got heavier. There's a progression in that growth and obedience because more was asked. And so I think in our characters, in our storyline, and in our lives, more is asked. And we do falter, right? And then by God's grace, we can pick ourselves up and actually grow through that.
All right, I think that's a...
That's a great question. I think we touched about it briefly when Dr. Ordway talked about his love for ecumenism. And so different Christian beliefs that come together under the same Christ, even though there are differences. Because what you can see in Tolkien's love of the word, being a philologist, he loved the truth behind the word that's innate in every human being, regardless of what your religion is, because God has made us good. And so then creating a story, or like discovering a story, as maybe how you might have said it, then underscores that reality of goodness that we will call virtue in people's lives. As a man who loved and lived the Catholic faith, he found words at such a natural level to make his story come alive. But it's obviously that it is meant to have an intersect, because we're all God's creatures. And the stories are similar, even if they're different, just like our faiths are similar and different. I think Dr. Oda wants.
I was just about to say that. And that's probably a good place to end. So thank you very much. Let's give Father Sortino a round of applause. All right, and then we'll invite Miss Emily Price up. I'll do a little introduction for our second fireside chat, and Mr. Mansfield at the conclusion will host a few questions Emily Price is, I like to say she's a wonderful sister in Christ. Although, one time we were on a school trip together and went to the car rental counter, and the customer service rep was like, "Oh, so this is your dad." So maybe she's my daughter in Christ. It might be more appropriate. But she's the formation instructor at Clearwater Academy, and her natural, joyful disposition really does spread throughout the school. She has lots of people come to her, students and teachers alike, because she has a listening heart and she has wisdom that she passes on in a very beautiful way. And if we're here taking in the works of Tolkien, if you want to be immersed and live out an adventure, she also runs Captivinia, which is like a medieval type, Lord of Rings type of a story where you're immersed in a story and you're in the wilderness for 1 week living out a story, and they get over 100 girls a year come to that. The boys' equivalent to that is called Arcathios, used to be called Camp Rivendell, but the Tolkien estate notified them that they're not allowed to do that anymore. So it's Arcathios, but again, you can live out some of these adventures and kind of learn virtue through that. So we're very fortunate to have Emily at Clearwater ministering to the females and the staff, and we look forward to hearing her presentation. So let's give Emily a nice warm welcome.
Thanks. What he didn't mention is that he's also my boss. Hello, everyone. Yes, as Desmond said, my name is Emily, and I was thinking about how I would explain how I got on this esteemed panel of individuals speaking from their doctorates and their almost doctorates and their many, do you have a doctorate? No, but you're very educated. You have, in Jesus, a doctorate from his doctorate in Jesus. And I think that I am here because I have probably been the most successful in making this a lifestyle. And I think I have the most costumes. So yes, as Desmond said, I run a medieval adventure summer camp for girls that is based on and is born out of the mythology and the ethos of Tolkien and his approach to subtly sharing the faith in such a beautiful way that it bypasses the mind and goes straight for the heart. And yes, and that's how I came back into my faith, is actually through that camp. And it was, so we kind of blend, I guess, a little bit of what C.S. Lewis does and a little bit of what Tolkien does, because we do technically have a king, and that king is God in our realm, so that's a very direct allegory right there. But yeah, the story changes every year, and then you get to see virtue lived in people like one-on-one, right there in front of your face, talking about living and breathing. So, yeah. And I am talking today just briefly about Éowyn and womanhood, because another aspect of the camp is forming feminine hearts, and feminine genius especially has been explained by St. John Paul II. And so those are my two passions, fantasy and femininity, and I get to do both today, so that's awesome. So Éowyn, I love her so much, but not for the reason that I thought I would love her when I first saw the movie. When I was a kid, I saw the movies, loved them. They completely captured my imagination. And then when I came into my faith is when I finally saw the extended edition. And from the moment I saw the movie, Éowyn actually really annoyed me. Really disproportionately annoyed me. And that's always a good thing to pay attention to, because if you're annoyed with someone, often it means that there's something in them that reflects back to you about yourself that you are not happy with. And that proved to be true, because I just saw her and I was like, oh my gosh, she's so needy. Like, obviously he doesn't like you. Can you like get over it, please? Why are you basing your entire identity on what this man thinks of you? I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. And then I saw the extended edition, and in that, you actually get to know more of her story, because I hadn't read the books until, again, I only read the books like once within the last 5 years, okay? I've only read them once. But I didn't know about her until the extended edition, where you learn that she loses her dad as a young girl, and then she's raised in this court surrounded by men, and she has deep struggles with her femininity and what it means to be a woman, and she's looking for approval. And it makes so much sense when you see that, oh, she lost her mom and her dad at a young age. She lost that main source of affirmation and identity. So I was super annoyed, then I understood, and pay attention to what irritates you about other people, because it'll tell you something about yourself. And now she's probably my favorite female character, but not because of how brave she is and the fact that she goes off to battle and she totally wins the day against this awful snaky thing, but because she's actually just so complicated, and I relate to feeling complicated. So I'm going to talk about three main things. And number one, I'm going to talk about how Éowyn was running away from her identity. And then number two, I'm going to talk about how embracing her feminine identity became her path to victory against the enemy. And then I also want to talk about how we become our true selves through an encounter with the king. So firstly, an interesting dynamic in the world today is what it means to have feminine strength versus masculine strength. And are those the same or are those different? I think that they are two things that look very different, and that we do a disservice when we believe that the only way that a woman can be strong is if she is masculine. Éowyn struggles with this tension, and she sees her femininity as a weakness. She even describes it in some cases. Some commentators that I listened to said she describes it as a cage, and there is that very popular quote from the movie when there's the dialogue between Aragorn and her. And it culminates in her impersonating a man at the Battle of Pelennor Fields. She actually completely, in a symbolic way, and I mean, you can read into that as much as you like, but she does actually completely dress herself as a man. It's almost a rejection. But put a pin in that, because like I said, it was complicated at the beginning. I'm going to come back to this, okay? It's complicated. What was shocking to me was learning when I finally read the books about some of the reasons, again, the complicated reasons that she goes out to fight at the Battle of Pelennor Fields. And firstly is actually that she had a death wish. She actually was so hurt and struggling so deeply that she goes out wanting glory and death. And here's Bill Donaghy. He is an instructor at the TOB Institute. He speaks on chastity. He was saying that in her rejection of her femininity and in the aching of her wounded heart, she decides that she wants to become a warrior and die in battle rather than suffer in the prison of her own mind. She's fixated on gaining glory and renown. And here's the quote that she says, she's talking about her fear to Aragorn. She says, to stay behind bars until use and old age accept them, and all chance of doing great deeds is gone beyond recall or desire. So she's fixated on gaining glory and renown, but in many ways, she's confused the word honor, which in the Oxford Dictionary, talking about dictionaries, is the adherence to what is right. And she's confusing that with fame and recognition. Those are not the same thing. She fears dying without recognition of her great deeds. Faramir actually calls her on this after the Battle of Pelennor Fields, so do a bit of a time jump when they're in the houses of healing. He says, you desired to have the love of the Lord Aragorn, because he was high and puissant, and you wished to have renown and glory, and to be lifted far above the mean things that crawl on the earth. And as a great captain may to a young soldier, he seemed to you admirable. For so he is, a lord among men, the greatest that now is. But when he gave you only understanding and pity, then you desired to have nothing unless a brave death in battle. So I think oftentimes our culture misconstrues Éowyn and her reasons for going off, and it's like, yeah, that's feminine empowerment. This woman was going off to die. Like she didn't see a life worth living, and this was her option. This is what she chose. But not just that. So it's complicated. So number 2, embracing her feminine identity as a path to victory. So number 1, she rides to battle to protect her family. There is that in there as well. She wants to protect her family and her country and her people. But she also rides with a death wish. She also rides to be with and to protect Mary. But she's also trying to shake her femininity, which to her is nothing but a burden. So there's this tension in this dynamic as she's heading out. Her intentionality behind her decision is multi-layered and multifaceted. So she disguises herself as a man, the ultimate symbol of her self-rejection. But, as Bill Donahue also points out, her quest to become more masculine and reject all that she perceives as feminine weakness is reversed in the moment that she reveals herself as a woman before the Witch King of Angmar. And then there's this cool quote. It's her femininity that allows her to vanquish her enemy. And here it is. But no living man am I. You look upon a woman. Éowyn I am, Éowyn's daughter. You stand between me and my lord and kin. Be gone if you be not deathless. For living or dark undead, I will smite you if you touch him. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. And I love it, though, because even in this moment, you can see what St. John Paul II describes as the 4 marks of the feminine genius. You have receptivity, sensitivity, maternity, and generosity. And in this, you see Éowyn sensitive to the life of one she loves and that longing to protect life and to nourish all things that live. And Mary in this moment speaks of the beauty of her golden hair and that her eyes, gray as the sea, were hard and fell, and yet tears gleamed in them. A sword was in her hand, and she raised her shield against the horror of her enemy's eyes. Oh, I just love it because we talked about Hollywood and different films, and so many of the feminine characters that you see in Hollywood films right now are just so cookie cutter. There isn't a lot of depth. It's just like there's, for instance, I think of one thing that was pointed out in my research in this is that Éowyn, when she goes to battle, they don't make her stronger than the rest of the men. She actually is physically weaker than them. And you see her struggling in her battle, but she rises up in spite of that. And that's what makes her so amazing, is that she's still there, even though it doesn't necessarily naturally make sense. Another thing that Tolkien talks a lot about indirectly is there are themes of power, and we were talking about the allegory of power, and he does the Jesus thing, which is where he turns what is powerful upside down. He reverses the order. And so I found this comical description of who defeated who in The Lord of the Rings. And so Sauron was defeated by 2 exhausted hobbits and an addict. Saruman, a couple of hobbits and a pack of trees. And then the Witch King was defeated by a hobbit and a woman. All of the major bad guys taken out by these seemingly small and inconsequential people. But he taught, like, power for him is deeper than just strength. And then, of course, Dr. Ordway also talked about how Éowyn is another image. She falls in that long line of beautiful skull-crushing women. And in the book, she does take her sword and she jabs it into where his face would have been. So again, skull crusher. Number 3, becoming our true selves through an encounter with the king. So she wins the battle, and yet this deep struggle that she's had with death and her need to be seen and to gain renown doesn't actually end when she kills the big bad guy. What is with that? Because that was her goal. She did the thing. She got renown. And yet she still was covered with the shadow. And she's taken to the houses of healing because she was dealt a mortal wound by her enemy. And Gandalf, in the movies, it's Wormtongue that says this quote. And it wasn't until I did the research for this that I realized that Gandalf is the one that says it. So looking upon her, now in her current wounded state in the houses of healing, Gandalf says, "But who knows what she spoke to the darkness, alone, in the bitter watches of the night, when all her life seemed shrinking, and the walls of her bower closing in about her, a hutch to trammel some wild thing in." Even before she landed on Pelennor Fields, she was struggling. She was hurt and she was wounded, and there were things that she might have spoken. So Aragorn, a king in the books, and an image of the kingship of Christ, comes with healing. And she would not awake, but he says to her, "Awake, Éowyn, lady of Rohan, awake, the shadow is gone." And at that moment, warmth begins to return to her. But him being, he knows he has really good emotional boundaries, and this man understands the dynamics. He hands her hand to her brother. And her brother is the one that begins to call her name and call her back to the light. But still, even after that one encounter, so life comes back, she's still not over it. She's still not over it. She still has this deep insecurity that she's dealing with. And it isn't until she encounters the unconditional love of Faramir that she finally comes to accept herself and to find freedom. And so this is what she says after she has this encounter with him. "I stand in Minas Anor, the title of this tower of the sun, and behold, the shadow has departed. I will be a shield maiden no longer, nor vie with the great riders, nor take joy only in the songs of slaying. I will be a healer and love all things that grow and are not barren." And again she looked at Faramir. "No longer do I desire to be a queen." With the return of life to Éowyn came this return to herself and to her femininity. And I think that was definitely probably 10 minutes. So I will stop there. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
One thing Emily said that stood out to me, I was always wondering why I was nervous when I was on dates. And I was like, well, now I know. She articulated, this woman could be from a long line of skull crushers. This woman could crush my skull. And so I was right to be nervous. I didn't know why, but now I know. And I think in the spirit of the Inklings with C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, they had robust debates, an honest exchange of different ideas. And so I think that is fine to have different ideas and to have a good intellectual interchange. And so I hope you can continue on after, as we have some cigars and drinks provided afterwards. I'm sorry, that exceeds the $25 per person budget that we went on. So I'm going to briefly introduce we're in the 9th inning, the last of our 3 fireside chats. And so I'm just going to introduce Dr. Thomas Bouchard and his son, Xavier Bouchard. And so Thomas has many virtues, but one, I'll just highlight one that I really appreciate, is that in today's age of there's a lot of gossip, we're always gossiping about other people. You know about the Kardashians or Taylor Swift's boyfriends, and Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, I did follow that closely. I'm not proud of it. But Thomas always seeks to elevate the conversation by talking about higher ideals. For example, he challenged me and a friend, let's read C.S. Lewis's Space Trilogy by this date, then we'll go out and talk about it. And that's exactly what we did. It was a very beautiful, beautiful evening. You get edified by your friends when you talk about things that are transcendent values that have to do with truth, beauty, and goodness. And so I'm so grateful for all of you coming here because that's what we're participating in today. So that's Thomas. I'll say a few words about Xavier. Xavier, I see him as a hobbit who's left the Shire. I know a little bit about his educational journey, and he has a silent strength within him as he is navigating new friendships and battling orcs and dwarves, and he has displayed a silent strength. He's also exceptionally creative as well. He's made a couple of movies that were just very fun and gathered a team around him to do that. So that's a little bit about them. They're going to be talking, from what I understand, about father-son themes in Tolkien's work. So without further ado, I'll pass it along.
Thank you, Desmond. And a little genetic disclaimer here. I passed on something to Xavier, which he probably regrets. We both have something called dermatographism, which is this flushing thing. So when I get nervous or excited, I start to flush. It's not an allergy, although people think, is that guy going to have an anaphylactic reaction? So Xavier and I may get red as we're heated talking about this stuff that we really love, but we're not having an allergic reaction. So what we wanted to bring up as our kind of final lighthearted talk of this wonderful day is this idea of a shared journey between a father and a son, or even my daughter Isabella. We have read these books together out loud, which has been an amazing way to talk about deep themes, to think deeply about things. And I also think we can draw out from what Dr. Ordway has talked about with the ideas about J.R.R. Tolkien as a father with his children. So we're going to bring out some of those themes. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. One of the big things is that, like, Christopher Tolkien carried on his father's legacy with publishing a lot of his J.R.R. Tolkien's unwritten works. Half of what J.R.R. Tolkien wrote was not written in his lifetime, or not published in his lifetime. It was published by his son. So yeah, it's almost kind of like when Frodo gave the Red Book of Westermarsh, I think it's called, to Sam at the Grey Havens to finish the book there and back again. So it's kind of like how J.R.R. Tolkien passed on his unfinished works to his son Christopher.
And this idea of Bilbo and Frodo carry on each other's stories, right? Just like a son carries on the stories of his father. Interestingly, just mention briefly about Frodo's parents and what Bilbo did for him.
So Frodo's parents, Drogo and his mother is unnamed, but they died in a boating accident. And
when Frodo was 12.
Yes, and supposedly Drogo pulled his wife after him when he fell off. But yeah, that's just a rumor, Hobbit rumor. But yeah, after that, Bilbo, who was Frodo's cousin, kind of took him under his wing and became a father figure to Frodo.
And that's similar to Father Francis Morgan. At the same age of 12, when Mabel died, Father Francis Morgan took him on as a guardian as well. So, you know, we've talked about how, you know, we share these stories as fathers and sons. Tolkien not only did this through story, he also did it through letter. And one of the great legacies that Dr. Ordway and others have mentioned is how many letters he's written to family and others, right? And so I love the idea of Tolkien carrying on not only his fatherhood, but his grandfatherhood through letters, how he's passing on his faith, passing on lessons to each of them. And, you know, when I'm on retreat, I like to write you guys letters. I think it's a great way to talk about things that we might be more sensitive talking about, but maybe in a letter we can write it out. We also know families who write Christmas letters to each other and share those letters with each other. And I think this idea of letter writing, I think, is a lost art that we need to kind of rekindle for the family bonds that might not come out verbally, right? Why don't you talk about the dream that he shared with his son.
So J.R. Tolkien had a recurring dream during his lifetime of a great green wave crashing onto the city of Atlantis, and it was like a nightmare that he found hard to deal with. But the way he kind of like cured that dream in a way was writing about it, and so he did that in the Akalabeth, or the Fall of Numenor, which is kind of like J.R. Tolkien's version of Atlantis, of a great green wave crashing onto a city and destroying it completely. But what he didn't know was that his son, Michael, also had that same dream, and it kind of was brought up quite randomly, but they figured out that they had like the same recurring dream between them, and they grew in friendship after that a lot. And Tolkien once mentioned that he wondered if his father ever had that same recurring dream, but of course his father died too early for Tolkien to have figured that out.
And I think this idea of a shared dream between a father and a son is really important, because the journey we are on in life is not one of kind of independent tracks, but that we're sharing the journey, sharing the path together. So why don't we delve into one of our favorite father-son pairs in The Lord of the Rings, which is Sam and Hamfast. What do you want to say about those two guys?
So during like the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, Sam is always thinking about his dad. He's thinking about his garden back in Hobbiton, and Sam always has a quote from his old gaffer, as he calls him, either a good quote or a bad quote that his gaffer called him like a bad name or something like that. So yeah, he's always in his head, the gaffer.
And that only happens, I don't get into my son's head unless I spend time, right? And so this idea of spending time together, Sam and Hamfast would have spent hours gardening together, right? So what that means is talking about, wasting time together, we're too busy, right? This idea of spending time in order to get in each other's heads and hearts, and in order for the wisdom of the gaffer to actually come out in quotes for Sam, means that they just spent a lot of quality time together, working, leisure, etc. One of the quotes at the very end, what does the old gaffer say?
All's well that ends better.
Which is very beautiful, right? Like it's a twist on the usual expression, right? But this idea that a father can give a son that hope through that very pithy line, right? The other thing before we leave Sam and Hamfast is the idea of a large extended family. So how many kids did Sam have?
Sam had 13 kids after the War of the Ring.
Can you name them?
So, wow. There was Eleanor was first, and then he had, I can't do them in order, but there was Frodo, Merry, Pippin, Hamfast, Bilbo, Rose, Goldilocks, Daisy, Primrose, Ruby, Robin, and Tolman. So
nice. Very good, very good. So the comment I would have about that big family, that big, beautiful family that you'll read, if you read, which one is it? Sauron Defeated?
Sauron Defeated, yeah.
There's a beautiful little anecdote about Sam's family and all these children in kind of this extended story about them. The point I want to make is grandfathers, Hamfast and Tom Cotton, Rosie's dad, had to be good grandfathers for there to be that many children, right? And there also had to be good grandmothers too, of course. The point is, fathers and grandfathers injecting themselves into their extended families' lives make a big difference for that network that's going to give people a lot of resilience and confidence and virtue, right? Speaking of grandfathers, let's shift gears and take just a brief time to talk about Gandalf the grandfather.
Yeah. Gandalf is unlike a father who's always present. You can never tell with Gandalf. He's always coming and going. And there's one line where he says, "Wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to." It's kind of annoying for the hobbits because they have no idea when he's gonna come. That's kind of like a grandfather, I know.
And he's got a bit of dementia, right? Like he's forgetful. He's like, I don't know when I'm gonna show up, Yeah. He's wanting to give this sense of hope, which grandfathers really want to do. He's a trickster, right, with his fireworks and everything. And then what is that quote when he's forgetful of that place when they're in the Mines of Moria?
It's quite simple. He just says, I have no memory of this
I have
place.
no memory of this
yeah.
place, so clearly he's got a bit of dementia. We got to be understanding with our grandfathers, They still have wisdom to share even if they're forgetful. Okay, now one of our favorite father figures is Aragorn, and I would talk about him as a father to all, just like a priest is a father to all, right? So what are kind of some of your thoughts about that?
Yeah, so Aragorn, after Gandalf supposedly dies in the Mines of Moria, Aragorn is the obvious leader to lead the Fellowship, and he leads them all the way to the Falls of Rauros, where the Fellowship breaks. But he has to make a lot of tough decisions on whether to follow Sam and Frodo to Mordor or whether to track down Merry and Pippin. But he's the new leader of the Fellowship after Gandalf supposedly dies.
And what was your thought you had about him and Boromir, how he was a father to Boromir?
So yeah, after Boromir gets kind of slightly corrupted by the ring, and then he is killed defending the hobbits, Aragorn is there in Boromir's last moments, and he's kind of like comforting Boromir and saying, Frodo is fine. I sent him to Mordor, and he'll be fine, and we'll find the hobbits again. But he kind of like made Boromir's death more noble, instead of letting Boromir like fall into darkness completely and say like you really messed up and no one will ever forgive you.
So the idea of a father contributing to a good death, like I think of priestly fathers who are doing funerals and stuff for people, the importance of a father's hand in good deaths, right? What about the healer? The father is healer.
So yeah, in the books, Aragorn is kind of like the main person who can use Athalas or King's Foil to heal the wounds. And in the House of Healing, he's the one who heals Éowyn and Merry after their confrontation with the Witch King. And the old woman in the House of Healing, I forget her name, but she says the hands of a king are the hands of a healer. So it's kind of very priestly about like healing others.
Last point about Aragorn we wanted to make was about this idea of family honor and a family tree. So can you just enlighten us about Aragorn's line and his family tree?
So yeah, Aragorn's line is one of the longest that we know of. It's it kind of started with Eärendil, and he was a great person, an immortal man, and then his sons Elros and Elrond. Elros became the first king of Númenor, which was the greatest city of men to have ever been. And in the beginning of the days of Númenor, the kings, which were the ancestors of Aragorn, they were great kings, really fantastic kings, but by the end, like Fahazan, they start going down wrong paths, and they start, human sacrificing and worshiping Melkor, and so it's kind of like a bit like Jesus' lineage, where there's a few shady characters in there, even though there's a lot of noble characters. Not everyone is perfect.
And what was Galadriel's line to Aragorn about this lineage that he was part of?
She tells him, you have a choice to make Aragorn to rise beyond your father since the days of Elendil, or to fall into darkness with all that is left of your kin.
Which is, a way to think about for ourselves, regardless of what kind of lineage, what kind of stains might be in our past or whatever, even personal, but also in our family, that we can rise above like Aragorn does, and like Jesus does with some shady characters in his lineage. And one other striking thing about Aragorn's good ancestors is that he comes from a line of heroes who worship the true father, who is Eru. Eru means the one, and Iluvatar, the other name for the Middle-earth god, is father of all, right? So very godly names. So just touching briefly on Elrond, can you tell me about Elrond's fatherhood?
Yeah, so Elrond is very much like Father Francis Morgan was to J.R. Tolkien. So Elrond yeah, when after Arathorn is killed by orcs, Aragorn's
When he was 2,
when
Aragorn
he
was
was
2.
2.
That's a similar age to Tolkien's dad. He was 4 when his dad died, right?
Yeah. So Aragorn's mother, Gilraen, brings Aragorn to Rivendell, and she dies shortly after. But Aragorn is raised by Elrond, and which is very much like Father Francis Morgan. Also, Father Francis kind of like told Tolkien to stop talking to Edith for a while, so he wouldn't get too distracted. Which is a lot like how Elrond wouldn't let Aragorn marry Arwen until he was the High King of both Arnor and Gondor.
Which is an interesting parallel, and of course we're not trying to read too much into it. However, I would say it's not possible to not bring your own life into the stories that you write, even fictional stories, right? So you see these resonances that are coming out in Tolkien's life as well. How about Treebeard? What do you think of Treebeard as a father?
So the whole purpose of the Ents being created by the Valar in the First Age were to protect the like the trees that couldn't move or talk from the wrath of the dwarves, whom the Valar, especially Yavanna, knew that the dwarves would try to cut trees down with their axes. So the Ents were there to kind of like protect the trees.
They were shepherds.
Yeah, they were shepherds of the trees in a way that fathers have to protect their children. And also, Treebeard especially is always on the lookout for Entwives.
They lost them.
Yeah,
they lost the Entwives, right?
They will never see the Entwives again. We know that for certain. But he still really wants to have the Entwives because he knows the importance of making Entings, like the baby Ents, and like.
So the point, I think the message from Treebeard is that you don't get babies without wives. Even the Ents want wives, you know, which I'll touch a little bit later on the idea of marriage. We have lots of father-son figures who are not biological, so Theoden and Merry are one of them. Why do you think Merry wanted to take Theoden on as kind of a foster father?
So, yeah, Merry, after he felt a great love for Theoden, and he wanted to ride on to the Battle of Pelennor Fields to fight for Rohan and to fight with Theoden. And so, yeah, he snuck out with Éowyn to fight. And after Theoden is killed by the Witch King and his fell beast, Merry tries to take a stand and like almost take revenge on his father and prevent the fell beast from desecrating Theoden's body and like eating him. So he and Éowyn, like together, they kill the Witch King.
And you know, the death of Theoden, this kind of adopted father of his, raised him up in courage, right? And he was able to do something very brave in helping Éowyn in that battle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to shift gears and talk about bad fathers. So, Denethor and his 2 sons, Faramir and Boromir. Clearly some favoritism there.
Yeah.
I don't have favorites in my family, and there's a reason for that. Boromir is the reason. So explain this, Boromir and favoritism.
Boromir is clearly more prideful than Faramir, who is more humble. And again, they didn't do him justice in the movies enough. But Boromir was kind of corrupted by the ring, and he desired it in kind of a noble intention of protecting Gondor, but he was tempted by it. But Faramir, unlike in the movies, he did not want the ring at all. He was much more humble than Boromir, and that really comes from that bad father. Clearly, Boromir was kind of like spoiled as a kid, but Faramir had a lot of practice in humility, always tagging along with his brother.
And I think we also see towards the end Faramir still loving his father, so even with bad father relationships, there is still a desire to love our fathers, even bad fathers, and even in Pippin's devotion to Denethor, even not knowing all the dark sides of Denethor's character, Pippin is still very devoted to him, right? So, you know, we have other bad fathers, you know, fathers of lies, like Sauron, the father of orcs, Saruman, the father of the Uruk-hai, right? Now, let's go back to the First Age and think about this father-son there's a few father-son pairs I think are really interesting. The first pair is Finwë and Fëanor. So tell me about Finwë and Fëanor's relationship.
So Fëanor is the one of the main characters in the Silmarillion. He forges the 3 Silmarils, which are the greatest jewels ever, and he also forges the Palantir. But anyways, Melkor, who is kind of like Sauron's boss, kind of in the first age, he steals the Silmarils and he kills Finwë, who was Fëanor's dad. And then after that, Fëanor goes down a really bad path. He makes really bad decisions. He takes part in the first kinslaying of his people, and he takes an oath that will be extremely detrimental to all the elves in the first age.
And his own children, right?
Yeah, especially his children. And it all started when his father died because, yeah, he had no mentorship from his father there.
We were reflecting on this idea of the absence of a father leading to a lack of tempering the temper of a son, you know. So without a father to kind of quell a young man's temper or to kind of provide fences to the emotions, the strong emotions of a young person, Fëanor really goes off the deep end because he doesn't have this father to rein him in some way. So the role of a father helping a son shape his own emotions, right? And then we thought the same thing about Gollum. What would you say about Gollum?
Yeah, we have no idea about Gollum's father, if he had one at the time during the Third Age, but we do know that he was kicked out by his grandmother. And
because he was stealing stuff, right?
Yeah, after he got the ring from Deagle, he starts thieving and biting and kicking, as Tolkien says it. But his grandmother kicks him out, and we have no idea where his father was, if he died. But even if he was there, the fact that his father probably didn't even step in and try to defend Smeagol is kind of showing kind of a cowardly father who's just following the grandmother instead of trying to help and protect his son.
So this idea of absent fathers can impact, you know, tragedy and a person's path, right? So, and just to wrap up here, you know, in conclusion, we've got kind of some parallels between Father Francis Morgan and Tolkien with Bilbo taking Frodo under his wing, Elrond and Aragorn's relationship, and even that relationship with Edith that we kind of see in the Arwen relationship. So there's kind of some neat connections we can make to Tolkien's personal life, and you know, making some connections here through the different stories that we have and the different characters in Lord of the Rings. I'm going to give my last word, and then I'm going to let you have the last word. So I mentioned before this idea of marriage in the Legendarium, which I think is extremely important. There are no divorces that I'm aware of, no adulterous relationships. There are some difficult marriages, no surprise there. There's no out-of-wedlock children, right? This idea of fatherhood and offspring, boys and girls, is very tied to marriage and this Catholic idea of marriage all throughout the Legendarium. Even the Ents have this kind of ideal of marriage within them. And good fathers don't come without good Galadriels and good Arwens, right? So good mothers are kind of the key to this. And this also stems from his view in Middle-earth of Eru, who's the All-Father, right? So Iluvatar. And I think for me, this enduring message of fatherhood and sonship is that strong marriages lead to strong fathers, strong sons, and strong daughters. And I see in the room lots of fathers and sons and daughters here who have enjoyed this all together like we have. And I think doing this journey together is a really great way through marriage and the family to bring out all of these strengths and virtues through the stories, right? Okay, what's your last word?
I'll just repeat like that. My favorite father-son relationship is Samwise and Hamfast. It's kind of like really simple love, and Gaffer is kind of hard on him.
Am I hard on you?
No. Yeah, at one point Frodo has to like tell Sam, don't think of any of the hard names your Gaffer told you. But yeah, at the end, one of my favorite quotes from Sam is when he says, "Often said I'd come to a bad end if I didn't watch my step, he did. But now I don't suppose I'll ever see that old fellow again. He'll miss his chance of 'I told you so, Sam.' He could go on telling me as long as he'd got breath, if only I could see his old face again." So, yeah.
Do you remember when we came up with this conference, this idea for this conference?
Yeah, it was like 2-ish years ago. I remember like we used to make igloos in our backyard. They were pretty cool igloos, but yeah, me and my dad were just like sitting in the igloo and like planning out the Tolkien conference. And I thought it was crazy at first. I thought it was really cool, but usually my dad has ideas that never really come to pass. But I'm really glad that this one did.
Shared dreams, and we're grateful to Desmond and Clearwater and everybody for allowing us to make this dream of ours come alive, and for bringing in a high-class scholar like Dr. Ordway. And I have to say, I'm very proud of you.
Now, Dr. Bouchard is very, I call it, another virtue is holy sneakiness, is what I'm going to call him. And so he, in this little short fireside chat, he snuck in about 32 different themes, all very edifying, but very holy sneaky. So I'll ask one question to wrap up, because we're kind of in the ninth inning here for the day. But as was pointed out by different speakers, that Tolkien absorbed scriptures. He absorbed his Catholic faith since 8 years old. And I was wondering if there was any themes of Saint Joseph that you saw reflected. Now, obviously Tolkien didn't do necessarily direct metaphors or analogy, but who would you say is the most Saint Joseph character, or is there one that comes to mind? Any Joseph themes?
I would say Hamfast, because he was at his work quietly, but he was also in his son's head. And I think we could maybe guess that a lot of Jesus' parables came from pastoral expressions that Joseph may have had, right? So this being in Jesus' head, Joseph, I think the quiet working alongside each other during those hidden years of Jesus' life, I think that's probably the best image I would have of a quiet, ordinary life, Joseph in the Shire. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I also heard another speaker once upon a time, Jesus's love for women, in the sense of his reverence and respect that he showed, likely came in part from his human formation from Joseph, just the way that Joseph honored Mary and reverenced her and loved her and whatnot.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Is there a question from the, one question from the audience? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, Radagast, he's kind of like a funny father figure. He's definitely a father figure to the animals, like helping them out. It shows it a lot in the Hobbit movies when he's like trying to help out that hedgehog. But one characteristic that differentiates him as like a really good father figure is that ultimately Radagast fails in his mission of coming to Middle-earth, which was helping the people to defeat Sauron. And that is one thing that Gandalf did really well in his grandfatherliness and helping the hobbits. Radagast, while he was a good father figure to some animals, he kind of like abandoned his children of the elves and the hobbits and the men. So yeah, he's kind of like a good father figure, but at the same time a bad father figure.
Nice. That's great. We're going to do some thank yous, because I know we're getting late here. So anybody who still needs to put their, oh, do we have anything else? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Tom Bombadil is probably one of my favorite characters. in all of the Lord of the Rings. He's referenced as like a father to the nature. We have no idea who he really was, if he's someone else other than Tom Bombadil, like a reference to someone else, but he's probably just Tom Bombadil. But yeah, because Tolkien didn't like allegories, so. But yeah, he was father to the trees and to nature in general.
And that, I think, is a bit like Treebeard, right? With Tolkien had a very beautiful sense of shepherding and stewardship of creation, and a lot of themes come out with that. So I think Tom Bombadil is a good example of being a steward of a realm and being totally uninfluenced by power and corruption, right? And in that sense, he's a bit like Melchizedek in the sense that he has no parentage, right? And where does he come from? It's very unusual, but he has that Melchizedekian. Okay, it's not allegory. I get it. I'm just making connections. Okay, can we do some thank yous? So.
I have some too. But
okay, we're going to go back and forth. Okay.
Didn't you enjoy these 3 fireside chats? Unique with Father Anthony, Doug Mansfield, Emily Price with the fun interaction, and then a unique father-son fun interaction. So I hope you enjoyed the format for the afternoon to give a little variety and to spice things up.
Okay, so I'm going to go in reverse order, and I want to give Emily and Father Anthony a little gift. So, Emily, I got this book for you. Not God's Type was the only one I could find. This is Dr. Ordway's autobiography and her conversion story, right? So I wanted to get you this because of your help with the conference and your conversation that you had with Dr. Ordway, and I wanted you to get her to sign it before she leaves. So thank you so much for presenting Eowyn and womanhood. And we have another great example of femininity in how Dr. Ordway lives her faith as well. So I thought that would be a nice adventure for you to keep in touch with Dr. Ordway. And as I'm thanking people, feel free, if you haven't put your tickets, go ahead, because we're going to do that at the end. Now for Father Anthony, I got you one of these, so hopefully you didn't buy it. And one of the things that I love about Father Anthony's expounding of his love for his faith, his very personal faith, is this idea of another Dr. Ordway book, how she brings faith out through pagan texts, ancient medieval texts, Dante, and I thought it would be a really neat way for you to help the high school students and others in your circle to get into that literature, kind of like we were doing today. So, thank you so much. And she can sign it too. I'm giving out your signature for free. Okay, and then Doug, we have a little gift for you, if you want to come up. So Doug led us off in the morning with our very academic talk about the franchise, which we will thoroughly remember and think about deeply because there's a lot to chew on there. So thanks for coming. Thank you for your contribution, and we will keep the conversation going. Doug does want to help out with organizing the Inklings in Calgary, so keep putting your names out for that club or updates about other conferences we might host.
If there's interest, we'll give you updates about other little gatherings here in Calgary to discuss any great literature work. So please put your email down if you're interested in being updated on the goings-on in Calgary.
And then for Dr. Ordway, if you could come up, let's give her a big round of applause. We wanted to thank you for making your way from La Crosse, Wisconsin, through your speaking tour, making your way to Calgary. She's never been in the Canadian West, so yesterday we took her up the Calgary Tower to show her the panoramic view of the city and had great chats. Your gift of presentation, of writing, of your book is amazing, and we hope it will stimulate a lot of local writing activities and reading and other conferences. So thank you very much for coming. And for people who are interested in staying around, there's an open invitation. We're going to wander down Dr. Ordway, and anybody else who wants to stay around, we're going to go down to, is it the Borough?
the inn, or sorry, not, what's it called?
The
It's got, there's a history.
Burwood Distillery, but it's also called Vacay Brewery. So it has two names. It's a weird way to market yourself, but they have two names, but it's just over there on the other side of that construction project.
That's our burden baby. So we'll go over there
We
afterwards
kind
if
of
you
want to make it so like all the dwarves showing up at the Hobbit's house there, just
Yeah.
to kind of overwhelm them. That's what we're going for.
And I just want to thank Desmond for catching the vision for when me and Xavier were talking about ideas and saying, oh, we got some people we want to invite. Can we do it at Clearwater? And he's like, sure, yeah. Everything I would say, oh, sure, yeah, let's keep it. So I would want to thank Desmond.
Score very high on the agreeables trait from Jordan Peterson's 5 trait model.
Exactly. So thank you, Desmond. Let's give him a round of applause. Desmond did organize the lunch and everything, and all the logistics and the audio and everything.
It's a win-win for everybody, and I'm very impressed with all the young people here, especially. And I think Xavier's a great example too. If you cut out Fortnite and TikTok, that's what can happen. You can fill your mind with good things. And so I'm grateful for all the young people here taking in good literature and being able to elevate our cultural dialogue. I also want to thank our wives because they had to make sacrifices for all the time that we had to put into.
Our Ent wives, at least we know where they are.
Yeah. And Father Anthony for exhibiting being a good spiritual father, just wasting time with your kids here today, to use an expression of Pope Francis. And for Bill Tomiak, our executive director, who is always encouraging of our staff members to use their gifts and to he encourages good things to happen around the school. So very generous with the time and the place to make those happen and to open that up to the greater community as well. Also want to thank Matt Boris. So everyone online who's received today, that was the work. They were here very late last night. Matt Boris setting up all the technology to make sure that the online streaming went well. And Mary's Nook to provide some great literature that's centered around truth, beauty, and goodness. So thank you for that. And I also want to encourage, give them a round of applause.
Okay, so Father Anthony, can you close us in a prayer?
We'll do this prayer in Elvish, just kidding. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, we thank you for the beautiful gifts of this day, and sharing, learning, growing, and being inspired in so many ways, for the gift of faith that inspired Tolkien and his works that we have experienced today and that is to come. We ask your blessings upon us and the rest of our continuation of this celebration this evening, and for all the good things you desire for us. And we ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.